What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It's 7:02 p.m. PT. It's November 1st, 2021. Coming at you live from San Francisco. What's up? What's up? Apparently there's some issue with the stream. Please let me know in chat if you can actually see this and hear me. Apparently there's been some network error, so please let me know. It's Irilon the Approaching Storm. Session 37, I believe, tonight. Session 37, yes. Thanks for joining. Good to have you here. Hello, here we are. Here we are. Let me let Bisha out. God damn it, Bisha. That little bastard. All right, let's jump into the Discord, say hi to the boys, get a recap of last session, and get into it, my friends.
There is permadeath. Hey.
Oh, permadeath. Oh, what's up? Hey, real quick, can you guys see my stream okay? Apparently there's been some network error.
Seems fine to me.
That's a Twitch problem, I think. And I'm loading it fine.
Copy that.
Seems good to me.
Seems good.
That's a Twitch thing.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good to have you all here. D&D night. No Pete tonight, everybody. No Eric tonight.
I knew when you walked in here that you were going to be spectacular. Oh, Thimoon!
Our very own Styx, 12, and then a 1, with 92 months. 92. Thank you, sir. You're a kind man.
It all started as a game where I was like, "This is my first Twitch sub. I'm never letting it go."
Lucky
Let's see
me.
how long it goes. It's just it just happened to be you.
I love it. I love it. I'm a forever sub to Lyric.
Yeah, that's
I'm just gonna let it run forever, you know.
Yeah.
Because I respect his content and him as a man. Anyway, no Pete tonight, like I said. Obviously, no Eric. It's going to be interesting bringing Eric in with his character being related to Crazed's character, and now we're on the other side of the planet. I think it's going to be super interesting and funny and wacky how we figure that out.
Well, I have an idea of like how to explain it that's not like super unbelievable.
It depends. Like if Eric plays a few weeks from now and a lot of time has passed, then maybe things make more sense, you know.
It'd be like a thing.
But if he played next week, how would we explain it?
The same way. Like,
okay.
Oh yeah,
Never mind then.
I have a formula that we can easily adapt to the situation.
Roger that. All right. Well, why don't we get a nice juicy recap, because last week was a lot of important story development and RP. By the way, I just smoked a fatty outside. I am very uncomfortably high. I'm going to be fumbling my words during RP like a one-armed wide receiver. So it's going to be...
All right, Al.
I'm very high.
Al, time
my last day off was last Sunday. All right, but yeah, let's do this. All right,
not both of your Halloween are going to be amazing.
Yeah, I don't mean Halloween. I mean like the week before that. So yeah, let's rock and roll. Let's go. I'll carry the RP. Super hard.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Come on, everything's gonna be fine.
Let me just get
just
this line.
Remember,
he's only and wake up. We're good.
There we go.
Just some Elvish Silverleaf. That's fine.
Yeah,
it'll be all right.
Silverleaf, like World of Warcraft.
Exactly.
Yeah, Soma hit the peace bloom too hard. He needs to, come back up with some Silverleaf. That's real alchemy.
I found a cave in the middle of the woods, and there was a bunch of dudes smoking skooma. So I lived there for a couple months.
Oh yeah.
Then
in like Skyrim or something.
An adventurer found me, so I left.
You checked out the Khajiit's wares, didn't you?
I did. I slept on a dirty cot in a cave. Anyway, let's get a nice juicy recap and jump into the game. Let's do it.
God, I gotta remember what even fucking happened. A whole lot happened.
Well, we started off the session by landing on the ship
on a
with the
boat.
owls.
Yeah. That's right. So, man, I almost have to go into the week before. So after the demise of the city of Waset in the deserts, our adventurers were airlifted out by by Bobbity and his faithful owls. At that point, they were dropped on some of the refugee ships that they had set to the river to escape the destruction of the city, and formulated a plan to head south to the city of Kem. Yeah, so the ships crossed the ocean, or not the ocean, it was a lake. Fair enough. Lake, ocean, same thing. Um, so they crossed the lake, and in crossing, our companions met, or our adventurers met a new companion, and that was crazed dwarf character Bogdan Silverbeard, who was floating around the ship looking for his brother, screaming and making all sorts of noise. And he was eventually met and absorbed into the group, albeit initially temporarily, while they headed south to Kem, so that they could find a place for these refugees, but also to warn Kem of the impending doom that was heading their way, in the form of the necromancer and his army. So after days of travel, the group finally made it to Kem and went to enter the city, and didn't do so well on their persuasion checks, so the refugees were rallied into the quarry and made to set up camp there while a better solution was attended to and figured out. And they went to go talk to the vizier, who was with the queen of the crater formerly known as Waset. At this time, they gave the vizier the news that, like, yo, the necromancer leveled the city and he's coming here next. So you've got like a few days to get the hell out of here with everybody you can. Which the vizier was obviously not happy about. But he set to work on doing so. The initial ideas floated by the group were maybe you could go to one of the cities and just ask if you all can be refugees, and he was like, nah, fuck that. I know exactly where we're gonna go. We're gonna land somewhere else and do what we can in the meantime. And after that, the group decided to meet up with Joran and figure out a plan for getting a couple handfuls of very important people to them and taking them back to their estate in the Elvish lands in Lontiernan. So, several people were rounded up, including the queen, who decided to come with them, the Queen of Waset, and her small entourage, as well as the innkeeper and his niece, and a local antiquities vendor, and a handful of orphans as well. And all of those people and our player characters all came over to the estate, where they met up with an old friend. Oh, but before the friend was met up with, it was decided that Voss, instead of coming back with everyone, would grab a handful of men and try and hold off the necromancer's forces in sort of a guerrilla warfare. We'll hold them off as long as we can. Hope we see you on the other side sort of situation. And then everybody came over to the Elflands. And then when they came back and were settling in, they met an old friend in the form of Mr. Mortimer Gruel, who is now a wizard and a badass. And he's back, motherfuckers. So,
how did you find a character that looks so similar to ugly ass Morty the Warlock?
lucky.
Wow.
I don't know.
He looks good now. He looks defined.
He looks
like
evil
it.
as fuck.
I
I love it.
like it.
And so
Anyway,
everyone got back together. We also discovered that the three brothers, after they were reuniting, were also reunited with their mother. Ilmar was back, and she basically, let him know that, I'm here to help in any way I can, but, here's the deal. This is what we should do. So then a big meal was held in the banquet hall, and everyone got together, and we're kind of figuring out what needs to be done to prepare the East for the onslaught that is brewing in the West. And so some rudimentary plans of some people to go out to different cities and warn slash, gain support for their battle against the necromancer is starting to brew. That's kind of where we're at in the story. I'm kind of picking it up with everyone having been asleep after the night's banquet in their rooms, and we can pick up from whenever you want from there.
I suppose wake up in the morning then. Okay. Yeah, Aaron wakes up early in the morning when the sun's rising, and he heads down to the first floor. Let me see here. Let's see here. Where's the library at? Is it on the first floor?
Yeah, it's on the first floor. There's technically, this would probably count as the library, whereas like this is more of a study. But
yeah, he would go in here, and while eating a light breakfast in here, maybe he'd be sitting at this table actually. He would be looking at naval battles, ships, fortifying ships, just preparing himself a little bit with some knowledge to prepare for his conversations that he's going to have in New Harbor. And he's also preparing to speak with the human side of his family, which he hasn't done in a while, because he doesn't really, keep up with them much. He also hasn't been home, which is not normal. So, and I think this is gonna be the first time that like an Anders shows up in the campaign besides Aaron. So
yeah, I was gonna say the current head of house. You would know this because you're part of them. The current head of house is Dorian Anders.
Dorian Anders, perfect.
He's like your cousin 16 times removed or some shit because you're so much older than everybody else.
Is that one?
And I'm
guy
like
that
a
knew?
literal direct descendant of the original Anders who started the company, which is cool.
Yeah, you're like the last living relative. So
Anyway, yeah, so Aaron would just be preparing himself as much as possible going into this conversation on the ship aspect, and then he'll take it that maybe Kale will fill them in on what's happening with the actual necromancer and that side of it, because they're not really going to listen to Aaron like that, but they might listen to him on the ship part because they know Aaron is knowledgeable. And if Kale can convince them that we need the fleet to be ready for battle, then Aaron will have the plan to actually outfit them. Anyway, that's what Aaron's preparing to do, and he wants to leave as soon as Kale's ready that morning, and he's just going to be reading in here.
So Kale, when he wakes up, he's going to go see his mother.
okay.
I want to pretty much talk her into signing over her shares of Anders imports to Aaron. I feel like it'll give him a bigger leg to stand on if he actually like owns a portion of the company.
I wonder. How many shares does Aaron have, and how many shares does Ilmar have, compared to like other stakeholders in the company?
I will say that Dorian is the majority shareholder, so he is the head of House Anders.
Okay.
No questions asked on that. But I mean, if you ask Ilmar to sign over shares to a company she doesn't give a fuck about anymore, yeah, there's a pretty good chance she would let you do that.
Yeah, but like, what percentage of the company does she own, and does Aaron own, compared to Dorian?
That's a good question. Dorian probably owns like this is tough. I would say he probably that's really interesting question actually. Because I'm trying to think of how much Ilmar would actually have, because she would have had like a good chunk being the widow of the original founder.
There might be other people that have shares too, so it's not
Yeah.
like it'd be like 60-40, right? It could be,
Right.
55-15 or 40-20.
Yeah.
Fucking 40.
I
30,
think
10, I don't know.
between you and Ilmar, it's like probably like 40%.
Interesting. Okay.
And then the rest is
Dorian.
pretty much Dorian, yeah.
Okay. So probably something like 60-30-10. Aaron having
Yep.
10%. Okay.
Right.
Interesting. Cool. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Al. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, that's just,
Good info
I
to know.
figured you having an even larger share portion could, maybe persuade them a little bit more if things got, if they weren't going the way we wanted, pretty much. So that's my plan. Go to Ilmar. Just walk in, be like, "Hello, Ilmar. Hope you're awake. Um, I'm here because I need you to do something for me.
He nods.
Sign over all of your shares to that company you probably don't care about to Aaron."
She kind of like thinks about it for half a second and says like, all right.
All right.
Easy enough.
All right. Have that done fairly soon. We're leaving shortly.
She I think she probably gets up and then just like leaves the room and then starts heading downstairs to formalize some of this stuff and get it done.
Thank you. I say after her.
Mhm.
And then I'll go and uh, get breakfast or something.
Kale's got Aaron's back.
I'm gonna kind of wait until the paperwork's done and Joran's kind of fully awake, and then talk about and then discuss where we want to go from there, and how we want to transport everybody to wherever.
Okay. All right. How about Donnie, do you have a idea of what you want to do?
Not right now.
Okay. I can pick somebody else then. So Bobby, you and Bogdan, we're gonna go talk to some dwarves. The dwarves are gonna be the mountain dwarves who you've personally interacted with, and then there's also the hill dwarves of whom both of you are kindred. And I know Bobby, you actually grew up around the hill dwarves. You were part of that society for a while. Crazed, did you like grow up in the Hill Dwarven lands and then just like when you hit adulthood just bounced, or like what's the situation with
I
that?
think Bogdan, or actually, I don't think this is what happened with Bogdan.
Okay.
Bogdan, in his younger years, was a bit of a rabble rouser. So yes, he grew up in the Hill Dwarf lands, but once he came of age, was kind of given an ultimatum to go and train in the monastery or face prison. So this will be the first time I was back in like a long time.
Okay.
I probably don't. I would say I probably have like good relations with like people who knew me. So that might be like 2 or 3 people. Everyone else, probably not a huge fan.
Gotcha. All right.
Now I'm a good person, so that's all that matters.
I mean, some people have checkered pasts, so. All right. Interesting. Huh. Is there anything you guys want to do before you prepare for your journey or in preparation of your journey?
I was hoping to make the rest of these potions, and I was going to hand some out to the party.
Yeah. So what potions were you trying to make?
I have 3 more of these flowers to make 3 more potions of invulnerability. So I was hoping to make the rest of them.
Alrighty.
Probably just pick up provisions, like a traveling pack and stuff to start fires and hide our camps.
That's smart.
Okay.
I'm assuming like we're both smart enough to know that like we don't want to be traveling on the roads by ourselves.
Yeah. Babidi was going to take a few spells that will help us hide our shit while we're sleeping and stuff too. So.
Yeah, and I'll mention I can cast like magical darkness and shit too.
Oh,
like
nice. Okay.
if we needed.
Yeah, I was gonna grab like plant growth and build us little like havens out of all the plants.
Worst case, I just drop darkness on top
We
of
just
us.
hide. Just a void.
It's funny because using darkness to hide yourself seems like a bad idea because they know exactly where you are. They just can't like get to you.
Yeah.
Yes, I
You
mean it
just gotta
seems
run around it,
counterintuitive, but
swiping through it.
it
You
might
just,
work.
I was gonna say you cast darkness on the people that are like trying to get to
find
you,
you.
and
Yeah.
then you run. Yeah.
You see, the nice
Right.
thing is like I have like blind fighting, so I can sense things in the darkness. Out to 5 feet, I think, 5 or 10 feet, I think.
10.
So I could technically I could probably like grab Bobbity's arm and like guide him
Yeah.
through it with me.
It's true.
Yeah, I think Bobby's out. I would have to like. Yeah, you'd have to help me out. Otherwise, I just sprint in a direction.
And it could be the wrong one.
Yeah, it could be the wrong one.
All right. As for buying your provisions, let me bust out that chart really quick.
I mean, I've basically got 100 gold to my name. So
I mean, if you tell me you're gonna go buy provisions, I'll give you money.
again, it's like Bogdan's not too obsessed with money. That was more for sticks.
Oh,
Right.
I've got 100 gold to my name.
I figured that'll be enough though. It's a lot of
Like,
fucking money.
But yeah, Bogdan's not the kind of guy to turn down money, but he's not like that's not his motivating
Yeah.
thing. Like if he had like 1,000,000 gold, he would feel the same as he did now with like 100.
So are you thinking about grabbing like a 2-person tent and like stuff like that?
I think yeah, we could do like a 2-man tent, like fire starting kits, or like whatever the D&D equivalent is, just travelers packs.
It's a tinder box. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So 2-person tent, couple of bed rolls. That's gonna run you 4 gold. Tinderbox is 5 silver. Let's see.
Only charge him for one bedroll because I already have one.
Okay, never mind.
Uh,
It's 3.
while I'm out for the road, I want to like go to the nicest alcohol shop in town and like find the finest whiskey, like dwarven like liquor whiskey I can find.
Aren't you a brewmaster? Aren't you brewing stuff?
I do have supplies, but like
Oh,
I
it takes
still want
time.
I still want to get something like really nice for the road.
I respect it. It's smart.
Actually, I want to get whatever I find. I'm buying 2 of because I might gift it if we need to do some persuading.
Okay. Let's see.
While you look that up, I'm just gonna say Kale's probably doing the opposite. He's putting on his fanciest stuff.
Right.
You know, like just looking like a real
Fop.
foppish. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's still emo. There are still dark colors, you know, but like,
look like a vampire. We get
yeah.
it.
Yeah, Aaron,
Dude.
Aaron would be dressed up as well. That's a good call.
I think for the 2 bottles, it would probably run you like for the nicest like dwarven stuff they have.
The nicest like top like this would like whatever the dwarf Pappy Van Winkle is. That's what I'm buying.
Okay. All right.
We're gonna get robbed for our booze, dude.
I was gonna
dare
say
someone to rob us.
it's probably like 15 gold a piece for that.
Holy shit!
Okay, I'll pay that. Hell yeah.
Rival, for instance, an hourglass is 25 gold pieces.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, is it Bobbity that has the bag of holding? Who has that?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
All right. Yeah. Oh wait. I actually wouldn't know that. So yeah, I'll just. I mean, obviously I'll show back up to meet up with
Like,
Bobbity.
apparently a glass bottle is 2 gold pieces.
Huh?
That's what it says on my little thing
Interesting.
here.
So yeah, I'll just kind of walk up to Bobbity and ask him like, "Hey, do you have like in your pack secure one of these bottles just like as a gift?"
Yeah, and I kind of just like, I feel like I like pull my robe back a little, and I have the bag of holding like on my waist, and I kind of just throw it in, and you don't hear it hit the bottom. It just goes.
I don't want to see if I like perceive that. Can I make a perception check just to see if I perceive it not hitting the bottom of the bag?
I mean, it's a bag, so he just kind of reaches his hand and puts it in the bag, and that's
I'll say,
that.
to be fair, I used some force and kind of chucked it in. Like,
Yeah, it sounded like he just kind of like dropped it in there.
I mean, it wouldn't take a perception check for that because all like
see what you're
you're
saying.
literally just like watching him throw something into a bag,
Okay, well,
and then
yeah.
it's like, you know, who throws things into a bag? That's nobody.
Unironically,
good point.
Unironically, I will just toss stuff in the bag.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if it was on your shoulder and he
Like
just opened it up
glass?
and just threw it in there, like
Yeah.
nobody does that. That's
yeah.
unusual. So
That's
you don't
like
need
Somebody
a
handed
perception.
somebody handed you an expensive bottle, like whatever. You just
And
gonna
he
toss
just,
it
like,
into a
yeah,
bag.
that's
chucked it in.
true. That's like some goblin stuff.
You're like,
right
wait,
there.
whoa.
Goblin stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like my initial reaction would be like, "What the fuck you doing, bro?" Like that's some
Yeah.
yeah.
Get like actually concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Why'd
just
you
kind of
do
look at it
that?
like it's like keep that bottle safe.
Yes. Of course.
Kinda
Oh
like-
my gosh, Rival, I'm so stupid.
Hmm?
You've been using an herbalism kit this whole time. There's actually an alchemist supplies thing too.
Is there really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It's fucking expensive too. It's like 50 gold pieces.
Okay, I'll take 50 gold pieces off my thing because I should just
He
have
has all the money in the world. Come on,
it. Yeah.
It's true. It's a lot of money.
he's a
I'm
wealth
running
hoarder.
low.
We're all still in the house, right?
Yes. Nobody has
Uh,
gone anywhere yet.
Okay, can I like round everyone up, and I just want to pour them like a glass to safe travels.
Sure, you guys can do that around breakfast or whatever.
Sticks, is there a way to add this to my sheet or?
You would just make alchemist supplies is what it's called. It's 50 gold pieces. If you wanted to, you can make a custom skill for it. You know how you can do that in D&D Beyond, where you make like a custom skill. And I would say you would base it off of some sort of intelligence skill.
Yeah.
Like you could make it the same as history or something like that, or nature. Make it the same as your nature, and you have proficiency in it, obviously. So you've been using it forever.
Okay, I'll do that now.
All right. So, all right. Is there anything else you guys want to take care of?
Not that I
don't
could
think
think
so.
of. I mean, I think we got all our rations and traveling supplies.
Yeah,
think-
you two are going to be the guys who are out in the fucking wilderness. Like
Mhm.
Aaron and
Yeah.
Kale are going to another city, so where they have a place to stay and property.
Can you think of anything else? Like rations.
Did you buy rations and stuff?
I
Like,
have some.
That's negligible though, because you don't know, but I have infinite food. So,
Yeah, like I'm saying, like, just to be
Also,
prepared.
infinite water.
yeah, we're pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do things like in character. So I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
Yeah, rations, some kind of like water skin. Got both bottles of dwarf pappy, and yeah, I think we're good. I got like my kit, like traveling kit and all that fun stuff.
Hey, Sticks, can I roll this alchemist kit? See if I can make these potions.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Ah, guidance. $14.
With the 14, you make one.
Okay.
Yeah.
My last to-do thing is I'm gonna run one of these to Kale.
Kale's, I'm going to a city. I should be fine. There's a
Mm.
strong Helkin presence there. You should take it. You know, no one knows what you'll find out in the wilderness.
That is fair. I guess I should give one to our new friend.
I was gonna say you should hold on to it.
Well, I already have one.
Oh, okay, good. I worry more about you than I do about some random person I don't really know.
Are you sure you don't want one?
I'm your boy.
Yeah, I
I've been
appreciate
hooking
it.
you.
Yeah, no, I listen. Bobby's like Bay though. He saves my life. He heals the shit out of me. You're just like you just get me drunk.
Yeah, at this point,
That's
I'm like his
healing your
battery.
mind, bro. That's healing your mental
Yeah,
health.
but if I'm dead, I can't
It's
drink.
the obvious. It's the
But if I'm
opposite.
dead, I can't drink.
Okay.
They go way back, dude.
Yeah,
Like way back.
yeah. No,
bro.
you two save it for yourselves. Then that'll be
Do you guys want
I
to come to
think
the
better out
breakfast
there.
table? You can just gather
Okay.
everyone here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and while we were talking about people going out and doing shit, we'll put Donnie there for fun too, for funsies.
Where's crazed?
What's up?
Where's crazed at?
I'm here.
He's under you. Craze, you're on top of yeah, there you go.
Oh, on my screen, he was
That's
was
all
above
good.
me.
All
That
good.
happens all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, Kale and Aaron, are there any provisions or things you want to go out and buy from like a store or anything like that?
No, because I'm assuming we'll be staying at our own houses that are next door to each other in New Harbor while we're there.
I have
that are-
servants to do that. Like,
Yeah, we have
come on.
servants and all that.
You
fun
sure you
shit.
don't need like an abacus?
Yeah, I feel like we're probably fine.
Sticks, how
Or a
much are
sprig of mistletoe by any chance?
how much are lesser vitalities?
They are, I believe I made them 20 gold pieces.
Okay, I'm gonna buy 10.
Okay.
Is there 10 to buy?
Sure.
Okay.
This is the
I don't
elf.
see a health bar in crazed. What's up with that? That's
I don't
weird.
see it either.
I have infinite health, bro.
I see it on mine.
Yeah,
I
it's on
definitely
mine.
see it on mine.
Weird.
Hold on. It might be a token thing. Hold on. give me
Yeah,
a sec.
we might not have vision.
I'm just so strong. I don't have a health bar, man.
Nice.
How about now? You should have it now.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I see it now.
Powerful. Cool.
I actually do have a good amount.
Okay. Well, I guess we're all eating, and I say, well, Master Dwarves, please be careful while you're traveling through the countryside. Obviously, Kale and I will be safe in our homes in New Harbor, but I'm assuming you'll be fine. And I look at Bobbity, who still looks like a dirty hippie after all this time, and I give him a smile.
We will be fine. It's been too long since I've been out in the world, in the wilderness, I should say. Just wandering.
I suppose it
fun.
will be good to see your own kind as well after such a long time. You have
Yeah, I
many
look,
things to fill them in on.
They
He
might have
mentions that-
things to fill in us on.
Very true. I look at our new friend Bogdan.
Yeah, I'm
And I
looking
say,
kind of shifty.
Mr. Silverbeard, was it? How did you sleep? And I hope the food and the hospitality is to your liking. And I kind of give him like a nod with my glass, like
I'll
a cup of tea or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just kind of nod. It's like I slept very well. The food, it was all right. I'm excited to taste the meals of my homeland and have some of our fine dwarven liquors. But I do appreciate the hospitality, and you'll see me pop out. This is how I'm imagining this dank ass liquor that I just bought. This is the good shit. I'm thinking it's in a nice like faux emerald bottle with like a gold cork or something, like faux gold cork. And I'm gonna pop that sucker open. I'm gonna pull out some like little wooden like little oaken shot glasses, and I'm gonna pour around for all the boys. And it's like
At breakfast.
at breakfast.
Oh yeah, this is dwarvish breakfast.
Yeah, this is calm.
This is hill dwarf breakfast.
I like it.
I'll pass one out to everyone. It's like safe travels and safe returns.
Aaron's apprehensive, but he does it anyway.
This doesn't look like the trash that I was like serving up Kale. This like looks like
Aaron's
good
not.
stuff.
Aaron's still apprehensive, but whenever he smells it, he kind of relaxes and takes a sip, and he actually likes it and kind of just sips on the shot because he enjoys it. And then he says good morning to Mortimer, who maybe says good morning back with like a mouthful of food or something. I don't know. And then I say to Mortimer, well, enjoy Dragonfall. I suppose it'll be good to be back there. And as Mother said, they do need a new wizard. Well, maybe when we're done here, you can take over there. Anyway.
Yeah, yes, we'll see. Of course.
Godspeed to you, though, of course. And it's a shame to be saying goodbye, even if it's just for a few days already, after such a long time apart. But we'll see you soon, brother. And give him a smile. Then I get back to eating.
I should be fine. It's just Dragonfall after all.
So Kale's gonna throw back his shot, and then like while Aaron and Mortimer are talking, he reaches across the table and just takes Mortimer's because he knows Morty's not gonna drink it,
Exactly.
and then throws that back too.
Okay.
Maybe I'll try to like slip Kale some of the nasties on the way out because I know he was digging it.
Flip him the nasties.
I
love
don't.
that.
Oh, Christ.
Oh man, Craze, you
Uh,
wonderful
Kale?
man.
Kale was never interested in dwarves before, and all of a sudden,
Booze.
yeah.
The way to Kale's heart is through his liquor cabinet. So there's that. All right.
Beautiful.
Well, I think we will see everybody, kind of go their own ways to prepare for their journeys, but I think the camera will stick on Kale and Aaron.
Okay.
So we're getting down to you're about to leave. I mean, do you want to talk to Joran? Do you want to do anything like that? Do you have any orders for him being the steward of your house these days?
Yeah, I mean, Kale's going to go to his. God, I really should write down her name and learn it. Genasi lady, and just enjoy the house. My room is yours while I'm gone. You're in charge of the staff. I'm going to try to have the queen sort of group together whatever fighters she can here. Jorn comes back and has some orders. Please listen to him as if it were me.
He nods.
That was to the Genasi lady.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the queen. I'll tell her to make sure she has all of her. Get all your shit together. It's
Get your shit together. The queen's like,
Get
what
your
the
shit
fuck?
together.
there's we're gonna be getting people in, and you're a ruler. You should be able to organize any new inbound people, right? And of course, if Jorn says something, assume it's from the group.
He nods. Says,
Yeah.
yes, he seems a capable wizard.
Also, he's single and very attractive. Anyway, I go over to Jordan.
Shorts. Yeah, nice. Being Jorn's wingman.
Yeah,
like
just
it.
you got clean it up, And then when Aaron's ready, do you have a circle at New Harbor?
Does Aaron have a circle?
No, I said when Aaron's ready. I'm trying to talk to Joran.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
when Aaron's
I'm
ready.
standing with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, Joran's like, circle at New Harbor. Well, there should be one at the Helkin House, but unless things have changed. If not, I can just send you over there.
Oh, then yes, do that.
Very well. So Joran gets his materials together. I think he's going to go into the teleportation room. I don't know. Over here. Meow. Oh shit. Oh god. Kale's in the fire.
Ah.
It's higher DPS when you're in the fire, right?
That's right. Stand in the fire, DPS higher. Everybody knows the rules. Yeah, and you see Joran start to set some materials down, and then he says, "All right, you ready?"
Aaron gives him a smile and says, "Take care, Jordan. See you in a couple of days, yeah?" Gives him a wave.
Yes.
Joran, check in on us in what 3 days? I would say. I don't have your thing, the stone. I gave it to the Genasi lad, who's kind of an asshole. If he needs help, he'll be able to call you.
Ah, yes, very well. Hmm. Let's think.
I take out the ascending stone that was connected to Ileandra, and I hand it to him to see if that'll do the trick. Can you connect with me on this one? I suppose I won't need to contact Ileandra if she'll be staying in the Feywild indefinitely.
The problem is they work in pairs. So if I don't have the pair to this, there's nothing I can do. That being said, wouldn't by chance know how to do sending, a magical spell.
I do not.
Well, luckily for you, I do. So what I can do is at the end of each day, I can send you a message.
Very well. That should do the trick.
I like punch his shoulder. It's the reason we kept you around. You
Like
know,
rubs his
first-
shoulder and winces. It's like, it's not a tough guy.
I also I put in a word with the queen, so for you. So just saying, good luck.
Word about what about?
Yeah, just whatever.
Leave
All right,
him
on with the
alone,
teleportation.
brother.
Jordan shakes his head and begins casting the spell. After a while, a bright light fills your vision, and then when it starts to fade, we find ourselves in the familiar confines
Whoa. No.
of the newest of harbors
Nike.
over in this area.
That's House Sanders. That's House Helkin. And that's a giant Aaron stomping through the
That's a
neighborhood.
giant air.
No.
You give me what you want, or I will destroy your homes.
Oh.
Huge Kale. Look how big are your
They both come back to destroy their
Your
high
aura
school
gun.
bullies.
So
There
that's
we go. I just want to have you guys like physically represented on the map.
word.
So if you want to move around the town, you can show me where you want to go. So when you guys come to and the light fades, Kale's apparently dead. I don't know what
No.
happened.
I was trying to get rid of the aura, and I clicked something on accident.
Yeah, so when you guys get into town, I guess, what's gonna be your first thing you're gonna do? What's
Oh.
plan one? What's step one?
Are we in House
Is-
So
Helkin?
that
Yes.
I'm gonna hand Aaron the papers that I had Ilmar prepare.
Nice.
Aaron,
Phase one, lawyer up.
Aaron takes
Yes.
them and starts reading through them, and his jaw kind of drops, and he looks up at Kale and says, When did this happen?
This morning, I sort of demanded that she give her shares over to you.
So, I own almost half of Andrew's Maritime. And
Yes, I figured if your cousin's an asshole, we can just always say, well, we're taking our half and doing what we want.
I have a decent relationship with Dorian. I've haven't seen him in probably a couple of years, actually. The last time I saw him, he was rather drunk. But, I don't know. We'll see how he takes it, but this should help. I've also done some research on how to outfit a fleet for war. So, at least there's a plan there if he does agree. And then Aaron puts his hand on his shoulder and he says, thank you, and holds up the papers and says, now, if you don't mind, brother, I'm going to go next door and make sure that my house is in order. Why don't we meet back outside the houses in maybe 3 or 4 hours, and then we can head over and find Dorian. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
All right. And then Aaron heads out and goes to his house, make sure everything is okay over there. And I'm assuming Kale's probably going to make sure your house is good to go. I don't know.
Kale's gonna get drunk, and he's gonna find where after you said that your cousin was drunk as well. Where do the nobles go to get trashed? What bar is that?
Oof. Where do the nobles go to get trashed? I would imagine it's somewhere. Where would that be? Gotta remember what I said about fucking New Harbor all those sessions ago.
All those years ago.
All those months ago. That's the crazy thing, guys. It's actually been months since we've been on this map.
Yeah, it is nuts.
It's pretty nuts. It would probably be like in this part of town near the palace. I would have to imagine.
I got to zoom out. Where again?
Somewhere like over here. Somewhere in this general
Alright.
region.
So I'm gonna leave a note. Going to the Silver Spoon to get to see if I could, you know, make the nobles there a little more pliable. Meet me there.
You're saying that,
There you
Darren?
go.
Yeah, I sent a note. I left a note there for Aaron.
Oh, okay.
You know, and then I go that way. And hoping to run into any Anders that might be over there, and get them nice and drunk and willing to do whatever we want, and in a reasonable, respectable business manner.
Not in a weird, creepy, roofy manner.
Yeah.
Okay. So Aaron, do you go join him over there? Or
Yeah, is
do you-
everything good with the house? Everything seems to be in order.
Everything seems to be in order. It's just maybe a little dustier than you remember.
Yeah. What staff are in the house?
Probably just like a butler and a few service staff.
Yeah, I say hi to all of them and spend at least a few minutes with each of them, making sure they're okay. And then I gather them all at the door, and I very quickly Cliff Notes tell them what I've been up to, and then I sort of laugh at the end whenever I see that they just kind of don't believe me because they've seen Aaron over the years and they know that he's just like this boring guy. They probably think he's full of shit. But then Aaron says, "Don't think I haven't noticed the coat of dust on half of the house. I would like everything to be spotless. When I return, yes, please take care of my home. Just because I'm not here doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve some tender love and care." And then he kind of like glares at all of them to make sure that they understand to take care of the fucking house. And then with that, gives them a smile and a wave, and finds the note, and then probably heads to the Silver Spoon. Probably, I don't know, maybe he'd be behind Kale by about 2 hours.
Kale, is there anything you're doing in those 2 hours specifically, or are you just kind of?
Oh, I'm getting first of all, I'm trying to see if I can find any Anders there. Maybe the cousin himself might be there, considering he's a drunk, and if he's not, then I'll just anybody that has anything to do with the shipping or whatever. I'm just gonna start buying rounds.
Okay.
And getting everybody drunk. And just excited to see, a Helkin, and in trying to make them like me as much as I can.
This sounds like a carousing downtime.
Yes.
All right, let's see.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
We are doing some upper class carousing, if I am not incorrect here.
Yeah, I'm down to throw 1,000 gold out the window.
Yeah. Yeah, carousing with the upper class requires 500 GP. So.
Yeah. All right, that's fine.
All right. Now, I need you to make a persuasion check. That's what they call. That's what they call for.
Nice.
It almost rolled over on a 16. It would have been better.
All right. So 17 will get you 2 allied contacts. Let's see. Oh, and I also got to roll a d10. All right, you are safe from any complications.
Nice.
But yeah, I think. So it says upper class contacts are nobles and their direct servants. So you can basically use. You can. I kind of want to leave this a little bit up to you since this is like your plan, right?
Yeah.
Choose like 2 nobles and what one thing they can do for you for this carousing. Because it is consumable. Like once you get them to do the thing you want them to do, you have to carouse again to try and get people to re-up. Because imagine you're out at a bar drinking, you meet somebody and they're like, oh yeah, I'll totally like, like in modern times, they might be like, oh, you worked here too? Great. Well, yeah, I could get you an interview. Sure, you seem like a good guy. Whatever. Or some weird shit, It's like that. Where it's like, you're partying with these people. They're like, oh, you're a Helk and I'm an Anders. Great. Awesome. Like, I'm with these people. And then what do you want to try and get them to do for you?
All right. So one of them, right? If
Yeah.
if you're saying one of them, if we're gonna pretend like one of them isn't Anders, I want them to side with Aaron when Aaron brings this thing up.
Oof.
Brings it. All right. And then secondly, I want the other guy to give to like get me a meeting with the magistrate or whoever runs the city.
Okay. All right.
So maybe
I
one
think-
guy is like a city noble, and then the other guy maybe is like a high up noble businessman that works at Anders Maritime but is not Anders himself or something like that.
Yeah,
something like
maybe.
that.
Yeah. Okay.
Makes sense.
All right. And I think by the time you finish, carousing with these people, that's when Aaron shows up.
Look at there he is. It's my brother. He's there. Look at him. You're there.
Oh, good heavens. Aaron walks in and reeks of booze and sweat inside the bar, even though it's like a fancier bar. It's like a bunch of dudes day drinking. And,
Yeah.
and Aaron's
yeah,
like,
No
I'm gonna
covering
point
up
to-
that stitch.
Yeah,
I'm
Aaron's
going to
just
point
like,
to the noble who's going to help you. This is Bart. This is Body Bart. Bart. He's going to help you.
help
He
me.
he works for your cousin.
Pleasure to meet you. And Aaron walks up and like shakes his hand and says, your support is appreciated. And then he's like staring at the guy who's like clearly hammered. And,
Yeah, he's like staring at you and he's like, I appreciate you too.
Well,
Dorian has gotten soft in his. Oh, I need to sit down. He
looks at Kale and he
like,
says, Kale, why don't you help our 2 friends here so they can get to business and we could start heading over to see Dorian. And he's obviously referring to
yeah.
Landon.
The other
I'm
guy,
going to.
the
I'm
other
gonna look at
guy
them.
grabs Kale by the arm as he goes to stand up. He says, "If you're gonna go to Dorian, you're gonna need one second, it's coming. You're gonna need a lawyer. He's got a lot of money and influence, as you might imagine. Just saying."
Oh, thank you. This is going to be very jarring for both of you, and I'm sorry, and I will turn you to a state of inebriation later on. I promise.
He kind
And
of
I lay
looks
on
at you
hands.
like, what the fuck?
I lay on hands both of them.
Oh. And then he, it's like, oh, what time is it? And then he starts like looking around, and you see him
It's
look a little
noon.
worried. Yeah. Noon on a. Oh my! I must go.
Yes, on a business day. You're welcome.
It was
Remember,
a pleasure.
you owe me.
Yes. Yes.
I'm a Hellkin. I can materialize swords out of thin air and kill many things.
Yes, wandering magician. I understand.
I
I will. I. Oh, I have to go.
You wrote it down on this napkin. This is
I.
binding.
He like looks at the napkin and then he's like, "Yep, yeah, whatever," and then just like gets up and starts like heading out of the bar. He's looking very confused and upset.
Okay.
The other noble guy goes like, "Oh, well, if you could do me the favor of not insulting the magistrate, I would be, well, alive. Not so as not to say also very pleased. Um, yes, meetings and all. But
Yes, no.
you seem like an honorable sort, I think.
Yes, no. I have no plans on disrespecting anyone. In fact, I plan on being very very nice and cordial. You know.
Good.
Yes.
Very good. And he starts walking out looking very
Just like to say, I did not lay on hands
concerned.
myself.
Right. It's like, great, this drunk guy's gonna go talk to the fucking, oh god.
Mhm.
Son of a.
All right, Aaron. So a lawyer, and we also have a meeting with the magistrate today or tomorrow. I'm not sure which. I was told I would be told.
Oh, you've been
So
busy, brother. Very well.
yes, well, you just throw lots and lots of gold at people and get them drunk, and they do what you want.
Well, if we need a lawyer, I have two friends that are lawyers. Um, I would play dragon chess with them, actually. They live on the other side of the city, though. But we could speak with one of them and then go see Dorian.
It sounds reasonable. Either way.
All right. So those guys would probably live back over on this side of town. Maybe they'd live like over here or something like that. And maybe like one lives here and like one lives like over here or something like that.
Sure.
Kale's just gonna take the bottle with him.
I thought you were gonna say Kale's just gonna take the bus. He'll get
Yeah,
there
yeah.
when he gets
I mean,
there.
if we're talking about like mounts, yeah, Kale just summons warhorse, and
Or you could
we could
just
just ride
take a
that.
carriage or something.
Yeah, take a carriage. That sounds even better.
A New Harbor rickshaw.
Yeah. No, yes, you there. If you get us there quickly,
And to my loyal servant, you there, I
someone
leave
will help you.
20
or
gold
something.
pieces. All right. So
If you get us
this
there quickly, I will give you what remains of this bottle.
guy looks at you and sees like half drank, backwashed rum and is like, oh
But like
god.
very expensive rum.
Takes his time. You actually arrive probably, I don't know, probably like half an hour to an hour later. Front door of this lawyer's home.
All right, Aaron, this is your show.
Yeah, Aaron walks up to the house and knocks on the front door, and he's waiting for his human buddy Bernard to come to the door.
So Bernard opens the door and he's like in a smoking jacket with a pipe. And he kind of looks out at you and he says, Aaron, very well. Ah, It's a surprise to see you, I must say.
Yes, my friend Bernard, it's been quite a while. You remember Cale from many years ago, I think, briefly at a party.
Yes, the Helkin boy. Though not much of a boy anymore, evidently.
I'm like 200 years old, Bernie. I mean,
Yes, I know, but you have that youthful exuberance.
yes, I mean,
He's
I'm
also
still,
very drunk. Please forgive him.
yes.
Bernard, this
Afternoon
is.
sherries. That sounds splendid. And I walk into his home.
Yes, Bernard, we're actually not here for pleasantries and fun times and drinks. I'm here on business, actually. I could use an attorney's help.
Yes, yes, right this way then. And he takes you into like a sitting room, a drawing room, as they might say, and bids you sit down.
Yeah,
And
Aaron requests a pipe and some tobacco, maybe,
yeah,
or whatever.
yeah, he passes over the tin of tobacco.
Yeah,
And
Aaron,
he's got several pipes, probably like in a little rack that you choose from.
Yeah, Aaron uses mage hand and like picks a nice ornate one. He floats it over, packs the bowl up, and then uses prestidigitation to light the pipe. And he starts puffing on it, and he floats the papers over to Bernard and says, "It appears that I now own 40% of Anders Maritime."
This is an interesting development. And he kind of puts on these little tiny half moon spectacles and starts like reading through. And he's like looking at it. He's like, well, oh my. Well, I hope you have a good financial person as well, because you are about to be substantially richer.
Yes, well, it's not, that's not exactly why I'm here.
No.
You see, we need to approach my cousin, Dorian Anders, and we need to warn him about something that I'm about to tell you that is going to be hard to believe, but I'm going to need you to trust me. Anyway, we are going to ask Dorian to give us full command of the entire Anders fleet and prepare it for war. Complete armament of all dozens and dozens of vessels owned by Anders Maritime, and we need to do so within a couple of weeks, if not faster. I know.
He kind of puts the papers down and starts chuckling softly.
Aaron says,
I was gonna say, as he starts laughing, Kale's gonna get up and go to his bar and just start like pulling the tops off of all of the booze, like, and smelling it, and whichever one he likes the most, he's just going to take the whole thing back to his seat and look at Bernard and drink.
Yeah, Bernard does not look disturbed by this at all. But he kind of says, even if Dorian were just to step aside and grant you all of his shares, outfitting such a naval force would take months.
we would need to employ half the city then to help. Let me tell you why.
To start.
Yeah, and then Aaron goes into. I mean, I don't know if it's 2 weeks. Maybe it's a few weeks. I'm not sure. I was just.
You honestly don't know how much time you have, but it's like as fast as possible.
As fast as possible.
Yeah.
And then Aaron takes a deep puff. He takes a sip of water, and then he, over the next 15 minutes or so, explains exactly what's going on, how Wasset has fallen, how thousands of refugees are leaving Chem, and that they should expect boats of people to be showing up even at their city in the next few days. And when those boats arrive in the next, however many days, that'll be the proof, if any proof is needed, if more witnesses are needed. But he just explains, and he just tells Bernard, like, you need to believe me and take this seriously. And obviously Aaron says if he can convince Dorian that he'll pay double his fee than he would normally be paid. And that's that.
And Kelgo says the full backing of the Helkins. Of course. I mean, I'll have to run it by Victor, but full backing. Yes, of course. Yep.
Well, now, if this is to be happening, and I do trust the veracity and seriousness of your words, we have to discuss how to get old Dorian to agree to this. Because you are asking him to give up his entire wealth.
I'm not asking
this.
for ownership. I'm asking that he take his 60% of the company and cooperate with the use of our inventory. And then whatever ships are left, he continues to own and operate his 60%. And he'll even be operating the 40% that I own of the company. Sure, I own 40% of it, but I respect the fact that Dorian runs the company, and he will continue to do so. This is just a temporary use of the 40 or so ships. I've lost count, to be honest, because I'm not Dorian. I'm not up to speed with the company, and he might use that against me. But if he would just be so kind to help us save the city and the world, everything will go back to normal once the ships have been used in the way that hopefully we'll never have to actually find out if they're seaworthy. Hopefully we'll never have to use them. But better safe than sorry, yes. I know for a fact that he has a fleet of dark elf pirates that know exactly where we are. So to have those ships ready would be a huge help. I hope we never have to use them, but we need to convince him one way or another.
Well,
Just so you know, I'm the other way.
the other way.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
materialize a great sword.
Oh.
Just saying.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I'm just Kale's drunk and he's just like, you said one way or another. Kale's assuming he's the other way.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna do this one way or another, and we're trying to do this the legit way instead of the not legitimate way.
Yeah, Aaron says, "Calm down now. We won't be resorting to violence." Anyway, Bernard, what do you say? Can you help?
I don't know how I can help. I can help you in telling you that all of your paperwork seems to be in order, and that they can't challenge you on any sort of legalese, as it were.
Will you be my representative when we go to speak to Dorian? We'll call you in if we need you.
Yes, I suppose that's okay.
Very well. Well, in that case, grab your coat. And Aaron cleans the pipe out with a wave of his hand, floats the pipe back to the case where it was sitting, and grabs his staff and starts heading to the door.
Okay.
I just sit there and look at Bernie, make sure he's getting up,
Uh-huh.
and I follow him out.
All right.
So where would Dorian live, actually? He lives somewhere in the city. And then this is all Anders stuff down here, right? Like these warehouses or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, those are all the warehouses. But if I remember properly, I said that they probably lived. You know what? What the hey? Why not? Probably in
That was like the house right there. This is the business front, and then these are the warehouses, right?
Oh yeah. That's right. That's what it was. It's right on the docks.
They don't have a house in the city?
Yeah, your
Um,
house, right?
No,
Like
that's the one that you're in charge of. Yeah, or the
Oh,
one
that's
that
it?
you were. At.
Okay. Fair
I mean, they
enough.
might have. They probably have other property holdings too. I mean, they're
Right. Rich.
yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
good.
what's the plan of attack? Are you just gonna go in and like kick the door in?
No, we'll be super polite and cordial and treat him with respect. He's a rich noble in the city. And I'm like I said, Aaron hasn't seen him in a while, but he's fine with him. They don't have any beef. They're not best friends. They're just cool with each other. They're just normal dudes, you know. They know their cousins and they give each other the minimal amount of respect family would, and they're cordial. That's about it.
So it's not like my dysfunctional family. It's kind of nice.
I mean,
All right.
Dorian knows that Aaron's been around a long time and that he's seen his human line, you know, grow old and die and be born and grow old and die because he's 200 years old a couple of times through now. He knows that he's the direct descendant of Ilmar and what's Aaron's father's name? I can't remember.
Fuck, I'm trying to remember.
Can't remember. What's his dad's name? I know it's here somewhere. Harold Anders, who died 140 years ago. Anyway, he knows that Aaron knew Harold, and he gives him that respect, right? He's been around since the beginning, so
Right.
or at least I guess Aaron was born maybe, I don't know, 20 years, 10, 20 years after the company was had been started, and maybe was born shortly after the initial success when Ilmar dumped money into it after she hooked up with Harold. So he's been there a long time.
All right.
Cool.
Cool. Well, I think before we do this, I need to actually take a short break if possible.
That's fine. I could
Is that good?
I can grab a little drink and I'll hit the joint and we can take
Okay.
why don't we take 10 minutes?
Yeah, that sounds great to me.
All right, we'll be back at 8:30 p.m. guys, and then we'll continue on with the session. See you in 10 minutes, 8:30 p.m. See you in a minute or 10. What is up, ladies and gents? Let's get back to it. Thanks for hanging out. There's a small handful of you tonight. You're beautiful. Thank you, you hardcore nerds. Much appreciated to you. Let's, thanks, Iron. All right, let's slide back into the Discord. What's up, Mr. Leaks? Darksiders, Bongo. What's up, ladies? Let's slide back in. What's up, dudes?
What up?
Hey,
Yeah.
what's up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hold on. Are we live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Update. Donnie's feeling sick, so we're gonna do dwarves tonight. Just update.
You know what? That actually works out. We can just do both duos. Next week,
Yep.
we can do both solos, which would be quicker, and then we can move on and maybe fight something.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. But that's just the update. So
Cool. No problem.
We will just shift gears, which is okay because I got some ideas. So
That works
all
out.
right.
I mean, it barely even affects anything, really.
It
So
doesn't.
that's perfect.
Yeah, I agree with that.
As long
So,
as Donnie can play next week, it should be fun.
Yeah, it should be fine. It's just, you know how stomach issues are. Sometimes he feels fine, and then you never know.
Right. Right.
I
Cool.
had a similar situation in my family with intestinal stuff that would just pop up randomly. So you
Yeah,
can't predict
I had
that.
a buddy
Go back.
with Crohn's, and that shit's no joke, man.
Yeah.
Feel better,
Yep.
Donnie. We'll see you Monday,
Yep.
man.
We will. So,
All right, let's do it.
all right. So we are outside the house. I am going to say, just for the sake of noblesse and you know, protocol and procedure, you are technically showing up unannounced, but you know, it's just a thing. You know how the bureaucracies work, right? Normally you send like fucking 3 weeks advance. Yo, I'm gonna be in town next week. It'd be great if we got together. In a week out, you're like, hey, I'm gonna be there, to give them
Right.
time to prepare and look nice. But you're just showing up, which is fine. There's nothing illegal about it. But I'm just
Yeah,
letting
and
you know.
and I'm telling Bernard to stay outside, like find like a chair, relax outside, soak in the day, and that he'll hear a message, and then I send him the I use message cantrip, and I say, I'll send you a note if I need you to come in. Thank you so much. What's your rate? And I say all that in his head using message.
What's his rate?
Yeah, his like day rate as an attorney. I don't know.
Oh my god, it's probably something absurd, like 50 gold pieces a day or something. Absurdly expensive.
Tell him by the end of the day, I'll give him 100 gold, or like, I don't know. It's already like midday. I'll pay him like a prorated fee. I have 47.79. I'll pay him 79 gold or something like that.
Okay.
I mean, like, I spent 10 times that amount in 2 hours. Like, that's not that much. Come on.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
No, I know, but I'm just thinking, you know, a lawyer is like
He's not fucking
500
around for
bucks
sure.
a half hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Also, I'll lay on hands myself.
Oh, yeah. I use the cantrip to like clean myself up, clean up kale.
Same.
Conjure up like,
Prestidigitation.
yeah, exactly. I like make myself smell a lot better than smoke and
This
whatever
is
the
funny
fuck I
to
smell
me
like.
because I'm just, I mean, to be fair, a lot of nobles would smell like tobacco smoke in the city, but
Sure.
I'm just imagining you guys acting like basically like when teenagers find out that it's like dad's birthday dinner. And they're like, oh shit. They hit the bathroom for 10 minutes. They're like,
yeah.
cologne,
Yeah.
hair gel.
Yeah.
Using the prestidigitation axe spray, you know, like whatever.
Exactly. Makes it smell like Axe. Gross. Oh my god.
Don't bring that back.
All right. I stroll in with kale. Looking
Right.
for Dorian.
Right. So as you enter, well, do you knock or do you just like?
Oh
fucking-
yeah, I knock. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay.
I do
Okay.
everything formal and politely.
Right. So when you knock, the door opens, and there is a servant who is looking at you. And he
Oh.
says,
Yeah. Good day to you. Yes. Give him a smile.
"Ah, Master Aaron, it has been some time.
Yes.
To what do we owe the pleasure?"
Yes. Please forgive me for showing up unannounced, but I wanted to speak urgently with Dorian, and just had some matters that were very important and urgent. Hope it's okay with the household, knowing that it better be. And like Aaron gives him like a smile.
Well, Master Dorian has been quite busy, but and then you hear a voice from behind him and up, and you look up on a balcony, and the camera would pan up to somebody who looks kind of like Aaron a bit. He has sort of a neatly drawn back blonde hair. His eyes are like a sort of gray blue, And he has a sort of styled mustache, like a long one that has like wax at the ends. It's not like curled up or anything, but it's like straight out. And maybe just like a little bit of a soul patch under his lower lip. And he looks down and he says, many years has it been, and suddenly, on the winds of the sea, my cousin Aaron shows his face.
Cousin Dorian, you're looking very handsome and sprightly, as usual. And Aaron kind of walks in.
Yeah, he says, well, I can't be seen just looking like anything these days, can we?
Of course not. I've not been in town for a while. How is New Harbor?
Yes, we've noticed. New Harbor seems to be doing fine. Though there have been some strange rumors on the breaths of sailors.
Rumors? Well, why don't we get some snacks and a beverage in order and sit down and talk about these rumors?
Very well. You see him sort of
I
like
gesture to Kale to say hello.
Yeah, Kale walks in. Hello. Kale Helkin.
Ah, Helkin. Is this your bodyguard, Aaron?
No, funny you should ask. This is my brother.
Oh, distant relations. Well, not so distant for you two.
Next door neighbors. Who knew we were brothers the whole time? We've only just found out a couple of months ago.
It's like one of those books you might read, huh?
Indeed.
In any case, he kind of like claps his hands, and the servants start like flooding in all directions. And then he leans over to one and he says, yeah, set up the parlor for, Nah, tea is for old ladies gossiping about the latest news. I think brandy should be good.
Nice.
Kale
And
smiles.
Yeah, and then he sets that up, and they're like, there's also like a cheese board, probably, that is put out. So there's like cheese and like probably like some sliced bread and stuff like that. And then brandy is poured in these like little crystal snifters. And he sits back and he says, now, yes, rumors, as I mentioned earlier. Unsettling ones. About pirates and dead things and the end of the world. So it seems. Things seem normal enough here at New Harbor. You've been out of town, I imagine.
Yes.
Do you know anything about this?
Unfortunately, I do. And then Aaron is going to explain. He's not going to bring up the boats yet at all. He's simply going to tell him the complete story. Well, not the complete story. Just important bits, nothing personal about the family or anything like that. He's going to leave out Ilmar and all that stuff until he needs to bring her up. And actually, he will mention Ilmar because it's going to be important to bring up the shares being transferred over. So he does mention Ilmar, but he just tells the story of what he's been up to. Even like fighting the Beholder, he just fills him in on what's happened. He wants him to know the dangers that are really out there. And he explains who Goldwar is, and that he also brings up the theme of like family and the Anders name several times, and how the defense of New Harbor, could rest on the backs of the Anders name, which could make them not only wealthy but a legendary name that could expand to far greater reaches than just 40 ships or something. So like makes those themes clear throughout the story. And then he finally gets to when they've finally just arrived, and he's left out the plan. And he stops for a second to get a reaction from Dorian after he's told him about Gold War and how there's a bunch of dark elf pirates and that they could be sailing this way any day, and that one city has already fallen and another's about to, and they could be next.
He stands up and pours himself another snifter of brandy.
I was gonna say, Dorian, before you pour that, are you slightly adventurous? I have something that any aficionado, drinking aficionado, should try. And I pull out the vial that the
Nice.
dwarf gave me.
Dorian looks at it and he's like, I don't know if I'm that adventurous.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's I'll split it with you.
You'll split it with me.
Yes, I mean, if you're not that adventurous, you might not be able to handle the whole thing.
He looks over at Aaron and he says, Cousin, why do I feel like this is a joke?
Aaron just kind of shrugs.
I pour some in a glass and hand him the glass.
He looks at it, he smells it, and turns his head away sharply.
I drink the other half.
Yeah.
See, it's perfectly fine. It's just something exotic. I think you'll enjoy it.
He looks at you and he says, I don't know if exotic is the word I would use.
Fine dwarven brewmaster.
Aaron, you've smelled this. It smells like shit.
Well, you know me. I've never been much of a drinker at all. I don't even really like this brandy much. Not that it's not good. It's just I've never been a fan of the taste of alcohol. But it is good to see you, so to celebrate that, fuck it. And he puts the glass up and like downs the brandy, and like almost gags on the taste of the booze.
Yeah, like Dorian looks over and he's like, well, that was aggressive. Be that as it may.
I mean, I could. Think of your favorite smell and your favorite drink. It's a little magical. Sometimes that it'll help with the taste. What is it? What do you prefer?
He says, no, he looks at you and he says, I think not. If you wish to challenge me, then I shall drink.
What?
Let it never be said that I am a coward. And then he raises the vial to his lips and downs it in one shot. And, God, I wish I had a character sheet for him. You see him cough and like pat his chest. Exhale rather loudly and then look over at you and says, by the gods, man, what is that?
It's been known to put down full-grown dwarves. You're
almost put me down.
Well, it didn't.
Oof.
You're an animal. Look at you. You're just good for you.
Yeah, Aaron says, I can't believe you actually drank that. I haven't even attempted that. I'm very impressed. And I give him like a little golf clap. Well done,
Yes,
cousin. Well done.
Yes. Let no one say that you are not courageous and adventurous.
And I must also say, it's a celebration that you two are also cousins. And Aaron's, who's kind of feeling drunk, kind of like pours a little bit more brandy and like laughs and like raises the glass to Kale and then to Dorian. to new family. And
Yes.
like goes to clink a glass of brandy with both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
After Aaron drinks that, I'm going to like put my hand on his shoulder and lay on hands him.
Okay. I'm going to
but not Dorian.
yeah, I'm going to pretend that I'm still drunk, and I'm willing to do a performance roll if I have to, or a persuasion check or whatever.
It would be performance, I think.
Okay.
All right. Good enough to be a passing inebriated person, I'd say.
Yeah.
Um,
Once we've calmed down, and I don't know if is he enjoying himself or.
oh yeah, he's having a
Yeah, I say, well, if I may bring up another serious matter, I wanted to show you something very exciting. Check this out, my cousin. And he hands him over the paperwork and shows him that he owns 40% of Anders Maritime.
looks at the paper, sets it down. Hmm. When did this happen?
My mother Ilmar signed it over to me. She's likely not going to be coming over to New Harbor very much anymore, and because I live here and because we had been reacquainted after so long, she figured it was in our best interest. Figured it'd be better for me to, own the share that she has as I live here, and it'll be good to have everyone that owns Anders right here in the city. And of course, this doesn't change operations. It's still your show, as it should be. You do an amazing job. Aaron gives him like a little head bow.
It's important to keep it in the family, correct?
Indeed.
Suppose it is. Now that you are the minority shareholder, do you have any things you would like done with the business? As my success is your profits.
Well, there is one thing we could do. Temporary, of course. It is a bit of a favor. But if it succeeds, the Anders name will be legendary worldwide. As I alluded to earlier. And then Aaron springs the plan. Outfit the, 40-something ships. I think they had like 4 dozen ships or something like that. Outfit those ships to hold off the Dark Elf Navy and the seafaring forces of the Necromancer. Obviously, there's going to be other ways they can invade, and that he explains that we'd be, the Anders Navy would be the just one piece on the board defending. Obviously, he explains that there's others in his group that he talked about organizing the rest of the world. He explains that there's 2 dwarfs that are about to go speak to the mountain dwarves and the hill dwarves. Their other brother is in Dragonfall, rallying that city. He explains that they're, just working on bringing everyone together as quickly as possible, including the elves. That Ilmar's taking care of that part down in the Elvish city. and that Dorian can have a huge part in this, and that this is their chance to step up. And he explains that it's a risk to use the ships in this way, but it's for the good of their home. If they don't, they're just going to get steamrolled. And then he has just like a stone, grim face, and he asks, "So, with all that being said, would you allow for 100% of the fleet to be recalled and outfitted for war, so that we can defend life as we know it, not only in this city, but the entire world?"
Looks over at you and he says, "Now you know me, Aaron. I've never been much for war. Never had a mind for it."
Well, what if I told you that I've already been reading up on it and already have a plan, and that we have much of the materials already in the city? And Aaron whips out some parchment that he's written a plan down on when he was back in the mansion in Lantern, and he's maybe drawn. He's a shit drawer. He's not a good artist, but he's written out some crude diagrams and some ballistas and ballistas with ropes and whatnot, so they can actually send their, because New Harbor doesn't have a navy, but there is probably some decent soldiers. And he shows different methods where they could actually board dark elf boats, and actually just, if they get close, it would actually be beneficial for the dark elf navy to get close, because we could board them and take them out. And he just shows some plans and whatnot, because at range we might get our ass kicked, but if we can get in close, we could win. And it shows the plan.
Looks over at you. He has a small little jar next to the cheese and bread, and if you look at it long enough, you see that it's pickled fish. Pickled herring.
Nice.
And he reaches in with a fork and eats one, and then looks out the window and thinks, and he's like, "Said you have a friend going to Dragonfall, do you?"
My brother Mortimer, yes.
Well, brothers.
There's 3 of us.
We're gonna find out I'm your brother next week, I think.
It is a little odd. Came to a shock. Obviously, Kale and I knew each other, but poor Mortimer grew up in an orphanage in Dragonfall. He had no idea he was connected to us. Or us him, obviously. The 3 of us found out at Ilmar's estate in Lantern just 2 months ago.
Yeah. Well, shit. In that case, your friend in Dragonfall, your brother, I should say, you better get some of their fleet as well. We don't have enough ships to take on a drow fleet.
Oh, I'm very aware. He'll be bringing that up.
Not to mention this Guldaur you mentioned. He's the one responsible for the elves living just south of us, is he not?
Yes, that's correct. And don't forget, he just made that happen once again in Wasset. And probably right now in Kem.
The way I see it, he's disrupting my trade.
Very much so.
At the least. Well. Do you still remember the words of our house?
Of course I do, cousin.
Pause.
He stands up and raises his glass and he says, "Wit as vast as the sea."
That's right.
That's what they say about us Andrews. And he takes a sip of the brandy.
It's time for us to use that wit to put it to good measure, I think. I shall assist you, but I'm doing this as a means of preservation. I would not carelessly throw away the many ships and the vast quantities of wealth we worked very hard to attain.
I understand. And, completely understand that that's your train of thought, and I would be the same if I was in your position. We will try to do this as intelligently as we can and with minimal loss. I don't want to see any of our ships ruined, trust me. I'm quite fond of them. We have beautiful vessels, after all. And then,
You can see him,
go
you
ahead.
can see him kind of look out the window to the harbor where there's several of these ships you just spoke about. With their masts up, piercing the sky from here. Well, it's going to take a bit of time. Let's hope we have it.
My guess is a fortnight, maybe 3 weeks.
I don't know. The seas themselves take time to cross.
Agreed, but I figure if we keep a tight deadline, maybe people will work harder and faster.
Maybe. I would say as safely as I can, that I can guarantee 3 weeks to a month. Fortnight. I can make no promises on.
Very well.
We're talking about several dozen ships. This will be a monumental undertaking.
We must get started at once, then. We have a meeting with the magistrate, but we will speak to you again shortly before we go back to Lon Tiernan.
Very well.
All right.
Also, Dorian, I can most likely send you some workers from the Helkins and possibly get the magistrate to send you some as well.
I won't turn any help down, that's for sure.
Yes, of course they'll be under your purview. You know best how to utilize them.
Very well, then. Well, is there aught else to discuss?
I think that's it. Thank you so much for the the brandy and the hospitality, and thank you for understanding the plight here and agreeing to help. It means quite a bit to me. And he gives him a bow.
Listen, Aaron.
Yes?
This necromancer, he, if what you say is true, I don't know how our ships are going to help.
They're mostly to hold off the Dark Elf Navy.
Let's hope there's still some left. Otherwise, House Anders may end in a pile of rubble and ash.
And what better story than to have House Anders be at the forefront of stopping all of the mayhem and carnage? Oh, imagine the sea shanties and songs that would be sung in our name for hundreds of years to come. That sounds like a good story to me.
Right. Well, there's going to need to be an awful lot of planning. I will set things in motion here, but I think I may need to, when the time comes, join you wherever you are. I don't imagine you are running all these operations from the city at the old house now, I don't think, right?
No, we're working out of Lontirnan in Kale here's new estate that our mother Ilmar handed over. We can bring you there when ready.
Speaking of which, you don't have much to worry about. You're cousins with a Helkin. We have stupid money. You'll be all right.
Yes, it is true. Barrington folk often tell people that New Harbor is where all the stuck-up rich folk are, but we beg to differ. The old money is all in Barrington.
Yes. The thing is, you're just also new to it. You a little more. I mean, I guess I was braggadocious just now, but generally speaking, you're also. Well,
Yes,
look
I
at
know,
me.
everyone spends it on velvets and linens. I have no need for such things. Clothes were handed down to me by my father and his father before him.
Yes. Well, while I'm alive, Aaron and his family, your family, will prosper as much as I can make it.
That's reassuring, at least. All right. Well, I now have suddenly a lot of work to do.
Yeah, sorry about that. Like I said, we'll meet again before we go back to Lontirnan in a day or two's time. Now we need to go see the magistrate.
Very well. I think I shall leave the overseeing of the ships and their construction to my son. He is proven to be most capable, and you haven't seen him since he was young. But now he is a man grown and very well on top of things. So,
Derek?
no. Zoolander.
Oh,
His
no.
name is Silas.
Silas. Silas Anders.
Yes.
Okay.
The third. No, I'm kidding.
Ah, yes, Silas. The little whippersnapper's grown up already. I look
Yes.
forward to seeing him later on then.
Yes. When he was younger, we had to keep him out of the fighting rings. He's quite strong.
Hmm.
But he also has a good mind. So, there we have it.
Lucky him. Brains and brawn.
Rare combination. Too bad he's a shit sailor for our line of work, right?
Well, that's fine. Not everyone's cut out for the sea. I love ships, but I'm not the best sailor either, to be honest.
No, you had other talents, which I think suit you more.
Yes.
In any case, I think you should go have your meeting and send word back when you are ready to meet again.
Very well. Cousin, it's been a pleasure. And Aaron gives him like a half hug and a smile and starts to walk out.
Okay.
Just do a little wave and follow Aaron.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we would walk right to where the magistrate would hang out.
Well, that would be the palace. This is where the magistrate hangs out.
Nice.
You know, it looks a little smaller than the one we had in Wasset.
It looks smaller than my giant mansion in the desert.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, that palace is sunken into the sand by now, or it will shortly.
I know. I'm
It's
Just
the
being-
necromancer's castle now.
I'm just being
no.
obnoxious.
All right. Actually, you were gonna be told that. I'm sorry. I thought you guys were told that the dude was going to arrange a meeting.
Yeah,
So,
he let us know. Like I said, within a day or two, it needs to happen.
Sorry,
Right,
if I
right,
skipped
yeah.
a step. Sorry.
yeah,
It's
we
alright.
kind of
We
skipped
could just-
a step.
I mean, as far as like we're concerned, unless you have something for me and Aaron, we could just time skip theoretically to that.
That is true.
Yeah, it's up to you, man.
I mean,
Um,
unless you want to have Joran come to New Harbor, teleport us to the Segregation Order, where I could tell someone else about that, so that we could go back to New Harbor just to talk to the magistrate, or we could do the Segregation Order later.
We could do the Segregation Order after this, actually. That'll fill some
Yeah.
time in, which would be good. No, I'm thinking, Soma, sorry to, like, break, the fourth wall here. I think we should just do, so I can do everything justice, I think we should just have, like, maybe an hour more tonight of, like, your guys' shit, because it's actually incredibly important. And then we can move on with other stuff. How do you feel about that? I know it's a little shorter than we normally do, but I think it makes sense.
Are you saying we end the session after?
At like 10:30-ish, depending.
If we wrap up the RP in 45 minutes and you think it's the right way to end it, I mean, why not do the dwarf stuff though?
Because the dwarf stuff is very long and involved.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And not only that, and not just to not end halfway through, but I also feel like I kind of want to see that one from beginning to end, because that one's kind of a thing.
Got it. Okay.
But I think it would be best if we kind of do a shorter thing and we really get this, because this is like this Navy stuff plus the Segregation Order thing is actually going to be kind of huge. And I totally forgot about the Segregation Order. No offense if Jared's watching. But
what's going on with the Segregation Order part again? Who is going to be the person that goes?
Me.
That was going to be Kale, because he traveled with one of the main dudes from that order. And they're the people who watch the sky. They're the first people to notice Atropos.
And
So-
you want to do Segregation Order tonight, yeah?
I mean,
yeah,
I
it
don't
would make
care
more
what their
sense. It would
intentions.
make
It's
more
up to-
sense to do it tonight.
Okay, yeah.
So I
let's-
think we should.
Yeah, so let's do Magistrate, everything we have to do here, Segregation Order, and then we can end it with us going back to Lon Tiernan and waiting for
Right.
everyone else.
And then we can do next week. We can do dwarves, and then if
And then Pete and Donnie.
and Pete and Donnie, yeah. And I think that'll be like the perfect pacing for this whole thing.
That makes sense.
Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, you guys go back to your home. You spend like the rest of the evening just kind of doing whatever it is you want to do. And then I would think the next morning you probably get the summons. I think it's probably like probably your butler, Aaron, says like, Master Anders, there is a carriage waiting outside to take you to the magistrate.
Oh, very well. Thank you. Yeah, he heads right to it. Jumps in.
When you jump in, Kale, I think you're already there. I don't know how disheveled you think you are, but
No, I mean, I have been either not drinking, or if that was an impossibility, I've lay out and hands myself,
Or if
and
that was
I like, foppish, back in the day. Remember when I first introduced myself and there's like,
yeah,
I smell kind of like flowers because like
yeah.
yeah, like I did like the whole like foppish, like I took like a super hot bath in the morning with like fragrances and stuff like that. So I'm looking pretty good.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah,
So
gonna forego my armor and just wear like noble stuff and have like the house sigil on me.
gotcha. Okay. Then I think the cart speeds away after you close the door, and starts taking you over to the magistrate. And about probably like half an hour, 45 minutes later, you wind up probably right here in this little courtyard, being unloaded from your carriage, um, where there's probably a major domo outside the front who says, "Gentlemen, Mr. Helkin and Anders, respectively, welcome."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. If you follow me right this way, and he turns around and starts leading you inside. When you enter, it's very richly ornate. Everything is like ostentatiously gilded. There's like giant chandeliers everywhere. There's like gold woven through almost everything. It's a very opulent palace. Um, and as you go through marble-lined hallways, you end up in a giant room that's like a square, and if you look straight up, you can see the rotunda above you. And the rotunda is like painted with like scenes of naval and maritime stuff, and like mythical sea monsters and stuff. There's like a kraken on there and like some mermaids and shit. And as you go further in the center of this room, with a light shining down from a hole in the rotunda where the sun comes in, there's just a shaft of light sitting on this like golden throne in the middle.
Oh
And
my
on it
God.
doesn't sit a king, but just a guy who looks like a noble. It's just like a very well dressed, noble looking person. And he's just like sitting there, laying back kind of to the side. And he's like scratching his beard as you walk in.
What's his name? Do I know it by any chance?
Yeah, his name is Magistrate Bartholomew.
Bartholomew. By the way, I paid Bernard 79 gold,
Okay.
even though I didn't need him.
So yeah, the magistrate looks at you and he says, "Aha, well, so these are the ones I am supposed to meet. An Anders and a Helkin. Very interesting."
I do a slight bow, like more like a nod. Magistrate Bartholomew, it is our great pleasure to meet with you on this morning.
Yes, I'm sure it is. And it is my great pleasure that the Helkins have finally learned some manners.
Yes, well, they've kept me in Barrowton, and unfortunately, you know how humans are.
Yes, I imagine that talking to dead things all the time must get quite dull indeed.
Yes, well, I mean, how can anything be so dull in this radiant home of yours?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yes, I mean,
It's a little drafty for my like. There's too many damn windows and hallways, but it's an ancient edifice and they wouldn't let me change it.
well, tradition.
Indeed. And Mr. Anders, you've been a long-time resident of this fine city.
Yes,
Hmm.
my entire life. I actually just turned 200 a couple of months ago. I have seen the city change quite a bit, as you could imagine.
Dear heavens, I hope I don't live to be that old. In any case, I hear that you have need to speak with me. What could you possibly want from such a humble servant as this? And he has like 5 different rings on. He's like fucking decked out, dripping with rich.
I think Kale is the one that wanted to set up the magistrate meeting.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've heard the rumors going on in the greater world.
No, I don't really pay attention to any of that drivel.
Well, that's fair, but unfortunately, that drivel will eventually come here, and I wanted to make sure you were kept abreast of the situation.
How thoughtful.
Yes, well, and I start talking to him about everything. I kind of fill him in on Atrophis and Guldar and all that, and let him know that he's coming over here, and he's not going to rest until all of the world is under his thumb. And this isn't he's not some diplomat or some noble that we can talk to or buy or anything like that. He's just out to murder everybody.
Yeah. And then he looks over and he says, "What the hell am I supposed to do about that?"
Well, first things first is the Anders are going to outfit their ships to become a navy, and they can use some workers. So you will help them with that, and then train some guards and get them prepared, and that way, perhaps we stand a chance of not losing the entire city.
You said that this person just literally floated into the sky, raised their hands, and a city disintegrated. What are guards and workers going to do against that? Or
Well,
ships?
he does have conventional, warfare helping him out. And while we fight the magical battles, those will need to be fought as well.
Keep our sights on
Yes.
the more mundane, you say.
Yes, and I mean, the world is going to be involved. And this is, a huge stage. You don't want to be New Harbor to be left out on. Lines on maps will be redrawn. And you are the first stop because we knew what a visionary you are.
I feel like if this was a comedy TV show, it would have broke the fourth wall and stared right into the camera with a deadpan look.
yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
When they talk about this millennia from now, it'll be New Harbor that is spoken of who first joined.
All right, make a persuasion check. Damn. He looks over and he says, "Well, yes, I do admit that sounds nice. But
Also, those hoity-toity cousins of mine in Barrowton, of course, owe New Harbor many favors. Specifically you, Bartholomew.
I do like being owed favors. Well, I suppose I could agree. Yes. How many workers do you need?
I'm going to let what was your cousin's name again?
Dorian.
I'm sorry.
Dorian.
Dorian Anders and his son will be sending you the amount that is needed for the ships. I will send over a Helken to liaise with you about training troops, and and so forth. Of course, they will be under your command, but it never hurts to have somebody that is already trained in such matters be close at hand.
Very well. Was there anything else?
Yeah, I
Or
fill
did
him
you
in.
just-
I fill him in on the plan with a little bit more on the plan with the Navy and how I'm working with Dorian on that plan, and that's where New Harbor is really going to be helping out here, is meeting the Dark Elf Navy at sea, so that it doesn't terrorize, this half of the world, whether it be New Harbor or not. Though the fleet will stay stationed here, obviously.
And he looks over and he says, "What of Dragonfall and Baraton? Are they just going to sit idly by while we do all the work?"
We have envoys headed there as well, and Aaron stands up and he says, "I assure you, we have all of our bases covered. New Harbor won't be standing alone, I assure you."
Yes, well, be that as it may, does it also not concern you that there is a necromancer who is heading toward a city full of dead things at some point? Or at least it is a target on his map.
I've been in the same room with the necromancer. Everything about him concerns me. If you don't think I haven't thought about that, well, you'd be mistaken.
And
Trust
it
us.
appears
We have sent emissaries everywhere. The only reason that we two are standing here is because we are the leaders, and yourself is the most important person that we chose to speak with. Because, after all, New Harbor is the new world, and
all
you
right,
are
make
the
me
leader of it.
another persuasion check. That was absurd.
Yeah,
Hey, I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
I'm not good with nobles, but here's a crit for you.
Oh, nice. Nice.
I mean, this guy just seems like such a douche.
Oh,
just,
he is.
Yeah,
he
at the
is.
time, I mean, I just assumed like I just got to massage his ego, right?
Yes, I am rather important. I do think that you have judged me correctly in that regard. These other leaders, they lack vision, purpose, and money. But I really think that you might be onto something here. We could make New Harbor the greatest city on the face of the world, especially if the other ones get destroyed.
My thinking exactly.
Well, all right, I shall do as you say. It seems to make sense for me, and it could make me a lot of money in the future. I think
Again,
we have a deal.
thank you so much and for honoring us with your presence today and your wisdom.
Yes, yes, trifles, indeed trifles. But we shall be in contact soon, and I shall speak with Dorian and Silas and see if they are up to the task. I imagine they should be, but who knows? You know, for your effort in this war front, I don't want to seem stingy or ungrateful. So I would like to give you a gift as a sign of my generosity. And then he kind of claps. And a servant comes in. And he says, "Yes, I think I should be making a donation to... What the heck do you call yourselves again? Oh, it doesn't matter. To the Helkin Anders Alliance Group. Sure. To the sum of 10,000 gold pieces for the war effort. Let it not be said that I am not generous."
Truly wonderful.
Yes.
But I could never thank you enough.
Good. Did that sound good? I mean, it might be written on a plaque someday.
Oh, honestly, if a statue and underneath it are not those words, then what is this world?
Yes, I mean, clearly a man of good taste. In any case, I shall have you.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
I shall send the funds your way as a sign of my generosity. And
Yes.
very well, if this thing all goes the way you have planned, you shall have statues and plaques and various other artistic representations of yourselves to weather the centuries.
Yes. Well, thank you for your guidance and your wisdom once again. And just because me and you are becoming fast friends, I have some special fragrances that I've come up with over the 200 years of my life that I certainly enjoy my bathers to help me with.
Yes.
What did I miss?
I've
Oh
been
my-
schmoozing
oh
this
my.
guy super hard. He just gave us 10,000 gold.
The magistrate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
For the war effort,
the war
because he
effort.
crit on a persuasion. So it's
Wow.
like, let me show you how generous I am. I am awesome. Look how awesome I am.
Yeah, I've pretty much just been saying like you're so amazing and generous, like
Nice.
buttering
Yeah.
him up, and it totally worked. And he named your group the Anders Helken Alliance Group.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
The Goonies would have been a better name at that point.
After I get
No,
the
I know.
10,000
Well, he's
gold,
not smart. He's just rich.
I'm just gonna
Or
add that to
whatever.
my
That's
character
true.
sheet specifically. Hold on.
Grilled Leaks is right. Or whatever was definitely part of it. So,
All right.
yes. So then he's like, very well, show them out. Where do you want your money sent?
The Helkin or the Anders compound is fine. Thank you.
Very well. I guess I shall have to draw straws. Have a nice day. Ta-ta. Very well.
Aaron gives him a bow. Heads up.
Yeah, I bow a little deeper than I did when I first came in.
As you are heading out and being escorted by his major domo, you hear a very loud, audible yawn coming from the magistrate as you exit his chambers. And then you are escorted out of the building.
All right.
And
That
now
guy is an idiot.
it's true.
All right. Well, George, contact us by the end of today, and then we'll have to go and check in with my friend Solomon up north.
Very well. Shall we go have dinner at home?
Yes, sounds wonderful. Your house or mine?
I think we always preferred having dinner at yours, yes.
Yes, well, it is quite lonely in your house. No offense.
Aaron just gives like a sigh.
All right. So when you guys arrive, there is a royal carriage that is offloading chests of gold into your house. Which is being deposited, and your butler's just sitting there like, what the fuck is going on here? And can each of you make me a perception check really quick?
Mm-hmm.
They're actually bombs. You're dead. I'm just kidding.
I used my good rolls already.
Aaron, you hear the sound of hooves coming quite quickly toward your location.
I think there's a visitor approaching. He steps out.
Yes. As you step out and look toward the direction of the sound, you see Dorian Anders on horseback trotting towards your house. He has slowed his horse down and he's coming toward... It looked like he was originally going to the Anders compound, but then he sees the carriage out front of the Helken compound and changed his course. and starts slowly sauntering up to the property.
I wave.
Yeah. And he waves back, and he gets off his horse and starts walking it, and then hitches it to a hitch post next to your house. He says, "What's going on here? I mean, this is an awful lot of... Are those chests of gold?"
Yes, yes. I've talked the magistrate into being our friend and giving us money.
Gods, that's insane.
Yes. Also, he's going to contact you and ask how many workers you need.
Well, he'll be contacting Silas. If it's okay with you, I would like to head your way.
Yes, yes. Of course, you're always welcome. Also, on your way out, feel free to grab a chest and use some of that for the construction purposes.
Yes, well, fortunately for you, I have all the funds I need. We've done quite well over the years, but if we should have need, we will ask. What's that delightful smell coming from your house?
Those are my cousin's cooking. You're welcome to join us. Aaron, your cousin is here.
Ah, Dorian, please, please, come join us. And I usher everyone in to eat some din.
And he does that annoying noble thing where he's like, "Oh, but I really shouldn't. But if you insist, of course, you know."
Yeah.
So, like, real quick, the Helkins, while they are rich, they are also like a very militant kind of group.
Oh yeah.
So, like, it's like family style, like, kind of like pots and stuff, like put down in the middle of the table.
Yeah, it's like
Everybody,
stews and like
yeah,
fresh bread. It's not like a stuffed pig or anything
yeah.
absurd like that. Yeah, it's very
And
utilitarian food.
everybody kind of eats like the servants are Helkins. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
not like we don't like. They're all family.
Imagine
Yeah.
if your butlers and servants were also fucking like army rangers.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah. These guys know how to cook, but they can also snap your neck like Steven Seagal in an
Yeah.
80s movie.
Well,
So,
it's because
yeah.
like we've all been. It's literally the Helkin House has been training for the end of the world forever.
Right. That's right.
So,
All
I like
right.
it. I like it.
yeah. So
Beautiful.
your noble is entering into that.
This is probably more to his liking. He's grown up around sailors and merchants his whole life. It's not like... That's the thing about the Anders and the Helkin and why they get along
Yeah.
is because they're like blue collar that worked their way into nobility rather than being old money from Barrotin that just bought new land, you know? Which
Right.
is what most of the other nobility is like in this city, right? They were like disenfranchised nobles from Barrotin who went south and just brought whatever left of their money and just like did that. Whereas like your houses hundreds of years ago on the mortal side started as like legitimate blue collar industrial businesses that ended up being really good at what they do and making a shit ton of money at it. So there's a different... Your two families get along for those reasons.
What do the Hellcans produce?
Uh, they're just like in
People.
trade. Yeah, like so they're some of the only humans in the Elflands, right? They have like that whole. So they actually started making money by trading elven goods to the
Yep.
rest of the world,
Yep.
Okay.
and they made a deal with the Anders to transport that.
Correct.
Gotcha.
On top of that, they were like a long time ago. I don't know like why, but like because I never really got into it honestly. But they were a noble house in Dragonfall when like all those nobles left to make Barrowton.
Yep.
They were actually the Helkins were there and like
A long ass time ago.
long ass time ago.
They don't really have any holdings in Dragonfall anymore. They all left, but
Yeah,
their
no,
source is in Dragon.
like because that's where all the humans come from. But like it's like serious old money on top of which like they went exploring and
And
ended
Kale's
up
particular branch of Helkins are the ones that did the elven trade thing.
yeah.
Got it. Cool. I like it.
All right.
I like it.
All right. I need to take 1 minute so I can grab a beer.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
do
we
it.
will,
Cool.
while
How's it?
your two families enjoy dinner.
Yeah, there's also like the Helkins like also like bought into like the elven traders anyway, bought into like the whole Raven Queen thing because there was like a whole prophecy and stuff like that, and I think I sent it to you at one point in time.
What's the prophecy again?
Hold on, let me find it.
The prophecy. Whoa.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
All right.
I'm trying a new beer called Hibernation Ale. It's an English style old ale.
Delightful.
It tastes like chocolate. I'm in. Tastes
Nice.
delicious.
Very nice. All right, let's do
Jesus,
it.
I wrote this so long ago. Hold on.
Oh, what is this that you're digging up?
The prophecy thing I sent you like forever
Oh,
ago.
like in session 2? Like,
Yeah.
I think I have it too. I have the ideas for your paladin ritual from session 1.
Yeah, I have that too. I'm trying to remember what words were in it so I could just search the thing and find it that way.
Oh, why is it trying to open that with paint? That's funny. Yeah, don't do that.
Oh, here we go. When the dead star shines in the heavens, the ancient one will call the old ones home. The dark one's reach will extend to new lands. The blood of the queen will unite. Death itself hangs in the balance.
Ooh,
Heard.
nice.
By Alan Vega.
Yeah. And like, you know, some Hellcan seer or something like that said that, and so they ended up buying into the whole like Ilmar's whole religion thing.
Got it. Okay.
Right. So as you guys are sitting down to a meal, Dorian looks over and he says, "So I trust that your meeting with the magistrate went well." Then he looks over at the piles of golden chests. Or gold chests.
Yes, he's literally the over exaggerated idea of what people think nobles are. And so all you have to do is tell him how important he is, and he loves you.
Oh, I know. I went to school with the twat.
I like you.
Hmm. Why, thank you. You're not too bad yourself.
Thank you, thank you.
A nifty blade you have, too. How do you make it materialize out of thin air?
Oh, I swore my life and soul away to a goddess that I don't even know if she cares about me or not. But you know, do that and you get all sorts of weird powers.
Yeah, I did that too, and all I ended up with was a bratty son who can't sail.
That's funny.
Oh, I thought you were
Chuckles.
just going to say all you got was that lousy T-shirt.
Yes, well, unfortunately not. Shirt might have been more useful. No, I'm kidding. Silas does a good job. He's a good boy. But he's gonna have his hands full. We're going to have our hands full.
Yes, well, we're in it together.
So, what's your next move? I mean, I'm gonna go down with you to Lon Tiernan and see this Helkin estate, as it has been mentioned. I imagine it's some old elf castle of some sort.
Yeah, I think you'll like it. Our next move is to go to the Segregation Order in the north.
Ah, the Star Watchers.
Yes, I have an inn there, and we'll need their support.
Mm. Yes. Have you heard news recently from them?
I heard Raylum passed.
Yes. Seems they appointed his second apprentice to take his position. They've given him the robe of stars and the ring.
Well, Solomon is a good man.
Let's hope so. Those Segrations wield a great deal of power, though they have never misused it. Well, not yet, anyway. I still worry about people with that kind of power.
Give me 1 second,
Yes.
sir.
All right, yeah, no worries. Hmm.
So, Rival and Crazed, how you doing over there?
Well,
I'm enjoying
the
the movie.
RP's been great. Movie's been awesome. New World got destroyed by the funniest shit ever. It was awesome.
That's good.
They forgot to sanitize input, so people were able to post HTML code in the chat and kick players off the server.
Oh
What?
my god.
Like, that brings me back to my fucking 4chan days of like SQL injections and shit. I was like, damn, classic.
Oh my
meme.
god. I was watching a while we're on a little pause here, I was watching a thing about it was like one of those YouTube video series where it's like they get professionals to watch scenes from movies and TV shows and tell you how accurate they are.
Yes, I love this.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I was watching one from a hacker, and she was watching a Star Trek thing that said that there was an SQL injection. She's like, when I saw this originally air, I turned off the TV because I'm like, if we're in the 24th century and still using SQL,
yes.
I fucking hate my life. I
Holy
was like,
shit.
that is so funny, dude. It's like,
The
what the fuck? And she rated a Matrix scene 9 out of 10, not because the coding or typing in a code or how to shut down something was wrong, but she was like, Trinity didn't use fingerless gloves, and there's no way you're getting tactile
Sorry about
feel
that.
from fucking full gloves.
True.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
It's all right. I was checking in with Rival and Crazed.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
It's
All
okay.
right.
Nah,
Let's
you
do
guys
it.
are good.
So yeah, they look over and they're like, the last thing he said before you left was that the Segrations wield a great amount of power. And he doesn't trust powerful wizards locked away in their towers. Basically, Dorian said that.
Right.
I will tell you, Solomon is, like I said, a good man. If he had it his way, he wouldn't use any power. He would just stand there and stare at the stars all night.
I don't know whether that's reassuring or disappointing.
Well, in my mind, people that reluctantly use power are generally better than those who seek to constantly use it or abuse it.
Word.
There we have it then. Well, I'm full, and we have a long day ahead of us. Do you have anywhere I can sleep for the night?
Of course. You could take my room.
He kind of shakes his head and looks at you, kind of curious. He's like, "That is not the kind of charity I need. Any bed will do."
It's not charity. It's just that my cousins are full up. I've been trying to get as many here as I can, so the house is slightly full at the moment.
Yes, you take
Um,
his room, cousin. You can stay at my house next door. It's fine. Dorian, we will see you in the morning.
Very well.
And then,
Which now Dorian is thinking, why didn't I just stay next door at the Anders house? I'm fucking stupid.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
all right.
I
No,
just don't want to say anything.
It's all good.
It's
Yeah,
all
we
right.
we walk next door. When we get into the house, Aaron, before he goes off to his own room, he says, "Do you think that Dorian seems rather eager to go down to Lon Tiernan? Maybe he's just
Yeah.
excited to go to the Elvish lands, but I don't know. Maybe you could try to sense something in the morning before we go. Make sure that he's of the right sort, yeah?"
Dorian's the
Yeah,
Samwise Gamgee of the story. Elves, Master Frodo, elves. Yes.
Of course. I was going to do that actually, but I just felt like we have to trust someone, right? But
Yes, I mean, do it when he doesn't notice, obviously.
yeah,
But,
it's better safe than sorry.
exactly. All right, and then Aaron goes to bed.
Yeah. When Jordan contacts me, I'll say we need 2 teleports, one to the Helkin compound, and then one to
High Point.
yeah. And I'm going to divine sense on Dorian.
Dorian is a human. Congratulations.
No evil or
You
anything?
no evil, no nothing on him.
Okay. Cool.
At this point, he appears to be
A regular guy.
a regular guy who's just very excited that something exciting is happening in his life. So
Oh, he's like a level 1. Poor
I
little bugger.
I just hint that he should stay away from the Genasi girl. I'm just saying, right?
it's like no reason or anything,
No,
but if
no,
you touch my girl, I will break your arm.
Yeah.
Don't. He's already got a son.
Yeah, but
he's-
he clearly wasn't speaking well of his wife, which that's not good.
Well,
Hmm.
you didn't push on that, so I won't answer anything.
Yeah.
But in any case, so yeah, Joran responds, and in the morning, I am assuming that Aaron and Dorian are going to, quote unquote, take the magic school bus back to the Helkin compound.
It's up to Aaron if he wants to join me or not. They might have some interesting magics there for him to see.
Or items or
Okay.
something. Yeah.
Or yeah,
I'll go for sure. Aaron would definitely want to go because he's read about astronomy a little bit. He's like a novice. He thinks space is cool, but so in terms of like areas of study, Aaron definitely has studied animals and nature and zoology and like beasts and even mythical beasts and shit. More so than anything else. That's where his interests lie. But he's
So
definitely
you're Newt's commander.
yeah,
Fantastic beasts and where to find them.
a little bit like that, kinda. But also like environmental science as well. Like he knows
You
about.
even have the bag of holding that you can crawl inside.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
too good.
And Aaron has read a little bit about space and astronomy as well. So, but
Final
not as much as
frontier.
everything else, though.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So yeah, Dorian, Joran poofs into existence in the Helkin house. And then he says, all right. So who's going up north?
me and my brother and Joran. This is Dorian, and he's joining our cause, and he runs Anders Maritime.
Oh, wonderful. More family. Who would have thought?
Yes. Also, there's chests of like 10,000 golds that the magistrate gave to us for the cause.
Jordan looks at you and he's like, Kale, this is more money than I've ever seen in one place.
You're welcome.
Mhm. Very well. I shall take this to my house. I mean your house. And he kind of jokes and he says, all jokes aside, yes, we should transport him and the money to the compound.
Yeah, and then
And
Aaron casts Unseen Servant and starts gathering all the chests up and whatnot slowly to help Joran out as they're still getting their plans in order.
It says, but I think I should do you two first. So, Segration Order, the tower, right?
Yes.
Yeah, as the last chest is being lifted over by the unseen servant and plopped down, they're ready to go.
He looks over and he says, Kale, say hi to Solomon for me. I almost feel
course.
like if it wasn't for me, he wouldn't be there right now, but maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
No, I definitely think you influenced him in positive ways.
That was the right response. I shall send you to the right place. Hold tight. And then he does his hand wavy, verbal somatic stuff. Your eyes fill with a bright white light and then fade as you reappear in High Point.
Nice.
Which I don't have a map for the city of High Point because it's actually just a town, but I'll just take you to the world map. Further north. There you go. Right. So High Point is basically a village that is surrounding a giant tower. Think like almost like Isengard from Lord of the Rings, where it's just this giant tower that's flat on the top, where astronomers and wizards, specifically wizard astronomers, will study patterns in the night sky and develop magics based around all of this. So when you guys come to and the vision clears up, you are actually inside the tower on a platform, on a dais with stairs running down, and it's probably one of the bigger teleportation circles you've ever seen, like permanent ones. It's a fixture there. And when you pop in, you see a couple wizards in dark blue robes, and they're all staring at you. Dark blues and purples are what their robes are. And then one of
Hello.
them.
Take me
One
to your
come.
leader. Sorry, I
looks-
just always wanted to say that. I'm Kale. I'm here to speak with Solomon.
Yes. Master Solomon is a little busy right now, but if you would like to wait here, I can see if he can see you right now.
Yes, of course.
Good. That was Kale, right?
Kale Helkin. Yes.
Wonderful. One moment, and then he kind of walks you over to like a few benches. You're like in an atrium, kind of. There's a fountain in the middle, and there's some benches along the way. Sits you down, and then shuffles off into the distance, and you see him start walking up the giant fucking spiral staircase that goes up and up and up. The tower is several hundred feet tall, so it takes him a while. But when he gets up there, it's not more than a few minutes because he goes up one way, and then all of a sudden the teleportation circle on the bottom activates again, and then poof, in front of you stands your old friend Kale. And I actually have a picture of him because he used to play in the game. Oh, Solomon.
Whoa.
Yeah.
32 hit points. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solomon.
Cool.
Yeah. So
I get up, I move across the dais, and I just like pick him up in a hug.
nice.
Solomon, so good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Yes,
How have you
so-
been?
Slowly losing my mind. And this is my brother, Aaron Anders.
It is
Brothers, huh?
it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Aaron. And I
Yes,
reach
this
out my
is-
hand.
Solomon, the head of the Segration Order now, is it?
Yes, I believe my official title is Master Solomon, but
It is an honor to meet you, Master Solomon.
Yes. So, I have two brothers. I've met my mother. She's kind of a bitch. You know, we've been fighting Atrophus and the Necromancer, and I go into like the long spiel to fill him in on everything.
Mm.
And so we're wondering what the Segregation Order is willing to do to help.
He kind of looks at you and he says, "Follow me." And then he starts walking toward the teleporter pad again.
Yeah, I wave Aaron over. And we follow him up.
Okay, yeah. He waves his hands and mutters some words, and then there's a flash, and he zips up, and you are in. Bobbity would recognize this room, as he spoke to Raylan once before he passed. This is the sort of office, if you will, or the the chambers of the leader of the Segregation Order. He kind of looks at you after you guys come to, and he says, "The last time we learned anything about Atropos was a long time ago, Kale. It was when we had the book from Alistair, who still has the copy."
Yes. I have no idea where he keeps it, and honestly, I don't want to deal with that guy.
He keeps it in a pocket dimension. I know exactly where he keeps it. That is not my concern. My concern is mostly that we need to retrieve that book. I don't trust him, and it cannot fall into the wrong hands. I don't think his hands are the wrong hands, but I don't trust in the safety of that book in his possession.
What about Joran?
Yes, Joran's great. Everybody loves Joran.
Saying if I was to give the book to Joran.
Yes, I would caution him, but he cautioned us about the book, so I don't think I will.
Also, you said hello.
Oh, good. I miss Joran. As Solomon then sets his hands on the desk, you see him wearing a large ring. Can I have both of you make an intelligence check?
Intelligence check.
Yeah, for your memory.
Nope.
Oof. You're dumb. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean,
No, you just don't remember. Oof, neither of you remember. The ring kind of looks familiar to you. I'll describe it. It is
out of game, I know
silver.
where it is.
It is a black stone, and it has a bunch of diamonds that are arrayed like a constellation on the ring. You feel like you've probably this ring looks very familiar to you, and you've never met this man, Aaron. And Kale, he did not have this ring the last time you talked to him. So, but it looks familiar to both of you, like you've seen it somewhere before.
Very wondrous. What does it do?
This? It is a station of my office, as are these robes. And when you look at his robes, they are almost black. They're navy blue, and they have little diamond sort of inlays all over it, and it shimmers whenever he turns.
Ooh.
Fancy.
Yes, well, there were Raylam's before mine, and his masters before his.
Fancy and creepy.
Well, kind of. I definitely washed it. He smiles. As for the ring, it's a bit of an heirloom, shall we say.
Looks familiar. I can't place it though.
Yes. Well, it is an ancient thing. The Ring of Shooting Stars. There were a handful of them made when the Segregation Order was bigger, though this is the only one that we know of that remains. I should say that on behalf of the Order, that if you were to see another copy of this ring, out there that we would like to have it back. Though, maybe in great need, we could lend it. Though that would be a very unpopular opinion with my peers.
Well,
Kind of
you're
flashes you a smile.
you're Master Solomon now. Do you have peers?
Yes.
I mean, you run this place, right?
I do, but only by virtue of Raylam saying so, not necessarily by virtue of skill or mastery.
Well,
I do consider myself quite accomplished. Let me say that. You know of what I can do, how I can manipulate the ebb and flow of time.
yes, I do remember almost dying quite a few times, and then something preventing that.
As soon as you say that, you feel yourself say it again, and then Solomon's just sitting over there smiling at you.
That never not gets weird. It's always weird. I don't like it.
Yes. You must have seen some things, come across some very interesting things. He kind of
Yeah,
looks over at Aaron. Do you have the staff on you, Aaron?
I do. Yes.
I told you to take his staff.
No, I'm just kidding. He looks over at like the walking stick you came in on, and he's like, I see. One who is versed in the magical arts as well, I see.
Yes, I suppose I have my own style.
Very good. Well, it's good to see that you found some family. And it's good to see that you are here. Now, what can I do for you?
like I said, we're trying to unite the world against Guldur and Atrophis, and figured that the Segregation Order would have a bead on the situation, and would like to help.
Of
So, would you like to help?
course. I've been helping since the very beginning.
I remember, but I just haven't seen much from anyone. Not just you. Nothing. No offense, but anyone.
No,
in,
I haven't.
yeah,
I haven't spoken to Sokka or Verona since.
is, she still has the leather workshop.
As far as I know. And Sokka, well, he went over the Ramis. I haven't heard from him since.
Probably trying to escape that noble trying to marry him.
Yes, that was funny. Maybe he went back with the rest of the Sagittarian. If so, you would have an ally amongst them as well.
It's another place to look.
Yes. Though, I have heard one piece of news from him. A missive arrived about a day or two ago. The Sagittarius scouts have spotted ships landing at Blackstone River, at the mouth. It seems that some foreign folk have landed there in a massive fleet of ships.
Where's that at?
It's on the other side of the mountains. Yeah, there you go.
Zoom way the heck out. Yep. Yeah. They say they look out of place. That's the last time I've spoken to Sokka, though. And before then, I hadn't heard much word. I was rather surprised to hear from him. The thing that has caught our attention was the burning of Morningstar Keep, which we saw from here.
As I've heard of that, some of the group I traveled with were friends with a Gorm, a Gaul Morningstar, and then I myself, me and Aaron, traveled with a Gorm as well. They're a
Yes, they're
interesting sort of fellows.
interesting is very kind. They're a strange folk, but always honorable. They protected our caravans. So I can't speak too much ill of them.
Yeah,
But for all their eccentricities, they are now defeated. So that is one less ally that we can count among our number.
Yes,
Rip.
What can we do about this fleet? Is there any way you can get more information on it?
Well, they didn't come bearing weapons or ill will, according to the scouts. And they were a mixture of various peoples, humans and something else.
They look like elemental people.
Sokka's words are not very clear, and then he digs through his desk and he hands you the note, which is scrawled in Sokka's weird-ass handwriting. It's very flowery and very like a skull telling a tale. Skald telling a tale. I'll show chat a picture of Sokka, the awesome
Yeah,
bard.
the characters that he's showing now are from like a game he ran off stream, and we were much lower level. So that's why
in the same world. In the same
in
world.
the same world. Yep.
Same world, same time.
Yep, just another group.
Yep. And so shows you the letter. He says, it seems like his words seem to imply that. If so, do you have any knowledge of this?
Yes. Remember when I was talking about how the Necromancer destroyed cities over on the other side of the world?
Oh, yes, these must be your refugees then.
Yes, that is my assumption. If you can get a message to Sokka, tell him he should help them.
I will send that to Sokka, but you know the Sagittari and how fickle they are.
Yes, I was just, I mean, he was for the greater good, though. Let him know what's going on, and also that Necromancer is going to be coming here at some point. We could use all the allies we can get.
If he sets foot in High Point, I won't let him have such an easy time of it.
Yes. Good luck. He is untouchable, as far as I can see.
So the stories say, do you remember what Joran told us all those months ago?
He told us a lot of things, and I should probably drink less.
Yes, you should, my friend, but there was one thing. He gave us a piece of vulnerability for Atropos. Positive energy. The plane of positive energy. And that is where my mind has been bent this whole time. If we could somehow, and I think this is where we should focus our magical studies, and he says this and kind of looks over towards you, Aaron,
Mm-hmm.
and says, we can find a way to banish him to that plane. Then we win. Now, of course, that is easier said than done, but this is why we need the book from Alistair. Though that book comes with great sacrifice.
What is the name of this book?
He looks over at you, Kale, and he says, do you want the honors?
It's a copy of a book written by evil beings. It's the Book of Vile Darkness.
Correct.
Can I roll and see if I've heard of it?
Oh, yeah.
What
Roll a
is it?
history check.
History. Okay.
Actually, you can do history or arcana. It really depends.
History worked.
Doesn't matter. He has the same modifier in both.
I've heard of this. I remember reading about this on dark and stormy nights. It would give me, a spooky feeling. You're saying it's real?
It's very real, and if you read it, you may lose some of yourself in its evil.
And this book has information about what planes?
It has information on Atropos himself. If we are to know our enemy, we must risk reading this book. The problem is reading even a copy can corrupt you. And most copies are incomplete, though Joran assured us that this was a full, authentic copy. The good news about a copy is it can't fully turn you, like the original tome itself can, but the bad news about a copy is the information might not always be correct. Though once again, as stated, Joran assures us the information seems to be correct. It's a lot to ask.
Where can we go to get it?
Winton, south of Barrowton. The town wizard, Archmagister Alistair, lives there, and he is keeping it safe for us in a pocket dimension.
Very well. We'll go there at once.
Seems like a good idea to me, though I would be careful. Alistair always was shifty. I don't know if he can still be trusted, and if he can, I'm not so sure that he will want to willingly relinquish the tome.
What do you suggest if he doesn't agree to hand it over?
Solomon kind of looks at you and he says, I would trust you to exercise your best judgment.
Very well. And he gives a weird look at Kale, uncomfortable. You said, sorry, what plane to banish him to? The plane of positivity or plane of negativity?
Positive energy.
And he mentioned that. Why? Sorry, I missed that part.
Because that is so back when the other group was going, they retrieved this tome for Joran and Alistair jointly. And when Joran had a chance to look over the tome, he was like, okay, this is one way we could destroy Atropos for sure. 100%, but we don't know how to do it, which was the main crux at that point, was that they needed to ascend in power so they could figure out a way to banish Atropos to the plane of positive energy. Now, it's not the only way to destroy Atropos, obviously, but it was one way that they know for sure works.
Interesting. Okay.
I look at Aaron and I kind of shrug. What about the thing?
Aaron just shakes his head no, and uses the message cantrip and says, "No, we shouldn't talk about that here."
All right, so retrieve the book from Alistair and get it to Joran or yourself.
Yes. I don't want the book. I don't want to draw attention to High Point.
We'll bring it to.
If the necromancer sets foot on this continent, we will be one of the last places he thinks of. We pose no significant threat to him.
We'll bring it to Tiernan.
That seems dangerous.
Okay. Well, where do you want it, Solomon? You don't want it there. You don't want it here. Do you want it anywhere? I can't make pocket dimensions.
Do you know any other wizards?
I mean, I'm looking at you. I came here for.
We're related to one.
Oh yeah, I forget that he's a wizard now.
A time wizard. Maybe he can.
Solomon's eyes and ears perk up.
Our brother.
A chronologist.
A chronologist indeed, our brother Mortimer. He's quite powerful. We'll talk to him.
I should like to talk to him as well. I have not met another powerful chronologist. I considered myself to be the eminent force in that study. But if there is another, that should be much beneficial to us.
Yes, well, let him know you want to speak with him. I have one final question before we go to Winton. We heard of some prince. What was it? The Stone Mantles? One of the princes died of, I believe, Varenhold. What
Oh, yes.
is happening with the dwarves to the north?
Well, Corin Stonemantle was the one you spoke of.
Ah, yes, that's the prince that died.
Yes. He was slain accompanying a group of adventurers in the south. Word has it that he died slaying a dragon lord of old. Very heroic fashion. But his father was torn with grief hearing the news, even though he was only a fifth son. Or something
Only
of
a,
the
s-
like.
only a second apprentice.
I know, isn't it funny how that works out? Word holds that his father was so distraught that he died of grief.
Ooh.
So now his first son rules in his stead.
Damn. Wow, well. Thank you for letting us know. We'll have friends visiting there soon enough.
Well, they shall have to give their regards to Varen Stonemantle the Fifth.
Well, thank you. We'll go to Winton at once and see if we can recover this book.
Excellent. I would give it to Joran, but I shall always be here if you need my advice or help. And if time permits, I should like to speak with this Mortimer that you speak of.
Very
I think
well.
we could do much good.
Yes, we'll tell him to come here to speak with you. We'll be back shortly. Off to Winton we go. Can you send us there?
I can. And then he guides you over to his teleportation pad, which fits only like 2 to 3 people. So, like, about 3 max. The two of you stand on it, and he speaks the words, waves his hand, and the bright light fills you again. And when the light fades, you find yourself standing in a small pastoral town with windmills in the distance and vineyards crawling upon hills. To the north, you can espy the towers of Barriton in the very far distance. And to the south, you see the ocean. And the dense wooded river that winds through down to what you know as New Harbor. Up on a small hill from the center of town where you're standing, you see a wizard's estate. So you see a wizard's tower, which has a house adjoined to it. And Kale, you recognize the familiar edifice of Alistair's abode.
Well, brother, why don't we try to be diplomatic? And if that doesn't work, well, we will need to do what we must.
I don't remember anything. He doesn't like non-magic users. So
Then
I would
we have
suggest
no problem
you.
then.
Yes, I would suggest that you do the talking. He is. How should I say this? Shu is nicer than he is.
Oh, that's not a good sign. Very well. Well, let's go then. And I just stroll up.
Nice.
Yeah, I just go up.
All right.
I knock on the door.
The door opens. Come.
I come.
Yep.
Immediately
Comes.
on request.
Was that? It was like command. I failed my save. I come so much.
That's right. You
I failed
failed your
jars.
willpower save,
Mhm.
and you just buckets. So you enter the property, and you follow the echo of that loud voice up the tower and into a small room. Kale, you weren't in this room, right? You waited outside last time someone went in, right? I believe only Solomon went in.
He wouldn't let us in.
That's right. Only
Yeah.
Solomon came in. That's right. So you've never seen the inside of this room before. It's small. It has a small desk, but it has like sort of a wraparound bookcase. There is a lectern with books with a book open to a certain page, and in the book you see all sorts of sigils and diagrams and seals on it. There's a lot of weird occult stuff in here. You see like heads and jars and like weird shit going on in here, as well as like candles and a teleportation circle in the far corner as well. And he looks over to you, Kale, and he says, mundane folk in my room. Ha. Very well. Ah, but you. Ooh, there is great power in you. And he's like looking at you, Aaron. Says,
That's not creepy.
what do you require?
I acquire that which I gave you a while ago, and I need it back now.
You gave me nothing. Solomon of the Segration Order gave me something.
I was with him. You know this.
He smiles. His robes are like a crimson color, crimson and maroon. And he has jet black hair and a curled mustache and
Anyway.
dark brown eyes. And he kind of looks over and he says, the book. I have
Yes.
kept it safe.
And now it is time to take it and use some knowledge, glean some knowledge from it.
It's extraordinarily dangerous, what you ask.
Yes, but the time has come. I don't know why I'm doing that. Kale's just like, you're not going to listen to me. Let me. Aaron here is more of a magical person. I know how much you like those. Creepy
well.
bastard.
Not even just magical, just well read. Look, there's something brewing, and it's coming from the west. We need use of this book just for a short while so that we may prepare. That is what books are for, after all, yes? Gleaming knowledge.
Looks at you and he says, you want it? Fine, I want it not. Do you understand the inherent danger in the tome?
Yes, it's unfortunate that we have to be here and even ask. I don't want it either, but unfortunately, someone's going to have to read a page from it. That is the price that must be paid for the greater good. Once the information has been gathered and read, we'll go back to a safe place. Aaron just stares at him.
Nice. He starts staring at you. He's looking like he's trying to read you or something.
Kale yawns.
Aaron, he tries to persuade him. So what do you say? Will you let us use the book?
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
He's standing near me, correct?
Mm-hmm. And
21.
you also have advantage on this. So roll twice. Okay. So 18 plus 5, right?
23.
So you sense that Alistair just tried to bend your mind to his will.
When he does that, I send him a message and I say, I don't think you understand who you're dealing with. I'm going to keep this between us. Because if my brother knew that you were trying to enter my mind, you would be dead. Now, are you going to cooperate with us or not? That's the message.
He looks at you and he starts staring at you very intently, and you see beads of sweat start to like pour from his brow, as if he is trying to fight something off.
I send a
But
message
also,
to
like,
Aaron.
you see him like clearly struggling mentally with something right now.
I send a message to Aaron and I say,
You mean to Kale?
sorry to
Yeah.
Kale. And I say, can you please sense if this one's all right?
I'm going to step forward near to him, and the Alistair that I met in my mind is an ally.
Okay.
So he would get a +5 bonus to any saving throw. And I'm going to divine sense on him.
Okay.
So is he undead or celestial fiend or anything like that?
He has none of those.
That's good. And is this place permeating evil?
There are many objects in this place that are permeating evil.
All right.
Is he permeating evil?
Not himself, no.
Okay.
If you want to do an insight check, either one of you, I will allow that to see if you can tell what's going on here. Or you can do sense magic or any of that kind of stuff, or whatever that spells.
Sense magic. Like what, Arcana?
No, there's one that's like, there's a spell that you can cast that lets you
It's like detect magic.
detect magic. That's the one.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know if anybody has that.
I'll cast detect magic.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, there is magic going on here. He is under the influence. What can I tell you, actually? Can I tell you the specific spell, or just that magic is involved?
For the duration, you sense presence of magic 30 feet. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that appears magical. You learn its school of magic, Fenny.
Hey,
So,
it is definitely enchantment magic on him right now.
enchantment. Well,
Enchantment.
all
Um,
right.
do you relay that?
Yeah, there's something going on here. I step forward to him and I cast dispel magic.
Can you link that in chat real quick? Dude, we're having a force duel right here, chat. This is rad.
Nice.
10 plus the spell's level. Ooh, okay. So you make the ability check, or do I make the ability check?
On the target, make an ability check using your spell casting, but the DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. Yeah, so looks like I make it.
Okay. So your spell casting ability is charisma. So the DC is going to be 15. So I guess you just roll a...
I roll a d20 plus 5, is it?
Yeah. You just roll a charisma, I think.
Oh, that's terrible. Just a...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you are unable to dispel it, and you start to see him start to shake violently. And I need both of you to roll a... Actually, not both of you. I need
Can I try
Kale.
something?
After I do this, you can. Kale, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. you just saved. Nice. You feel sort of so you're gonna take half of this. Dale, as a wave of nausea comes over you,
Jesus Christ.
you take 23 damage. And I imagine you probably like drop to a knee real quick.
Yeah,
and he's just like shaking uncontrollably. And you start to see his skin turn paler and greener, Alistair. And his eyes start getting bloodshot. And he starts like coughing and retching.
Quickly, quickly, Aaron, try something.
I run up and I cast Greater Restoration on him to try to stop the effect.
On the Magister? On the Mage?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you cast Greater Restoration, and for a moment he kind of comes back, and you see color rush back to his face, and his eyes start to clear up, and he grabs you by your clothing, and he says, "He is everywhere. You have to stop him." And then all of a sudden you hear him scream, like a blood-curdling, ear-splitting scream, and then start to fall on the ground and start foaming at the mouth.
And I tell him, quickly, while you still can, give us the book.
Yeah, you see Alistair like clutching at the lectern, and he starts climbing up it to support his weight. He knocks the other book off, and he's like leaning over it, and you see him raise a shaky hand, and a tear in the fabric of reality happens, and you see a little hole, and he tries to reach in, but his hand is too weak. Do you want to dive in and try and grab it?
Yeah, Aaron, can Aaron use Mage Hand to pull it out?
Sure.
Yeah, I use Mage Hand and I pull it out, and it's, I would imagine.
Okay, and I'll show you what you retrieve from the
the Mage Hand would be
ether.
clutching it, and it would be, I suppose, floating there in front of us as Alistair kind of falls to the ground foaming. I try to maybe try to stabilize him, I guess.
Okay. So you try to like heal, like keep him from dying, basically.
Yeah.
All right. I posted it in Irilon chat if you want to throw it in the if you want to show the stream. This is the tome you retrieve from the pocket dimension.
Nice. Awesome.
Boom. There it is.
Yeah, I grab I guess I use my bag, and I set it inside my bag, wrapped up inside the bag with the Mage Hand. I don't touch it.
So yeah, you don't touch it? Okay.
Mm-mm. No.
Okay.
Aaron's wary of it. He knows about this book. He doesn't want to touch it.
True. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Let me see one thing real quick. Awesome. Okay. All right. So then after that, you try and stabilize Alistair.
Yeah.
Okay. As what do you use to do that? Do you just use like a medicine check, or are you gonna actually try and heal him? How are you doing this?
I will cast a level 1 healing word on him. Nine HP.
Your healing has no effect on him. He you just see him there convulsing on the ground and writhing, and then after a while you hear a sickening snap as he snaps back like rigid, and then stops moving entirely.
Mm.
And then he just like sort of just goes. He doesn't go limp. He actually stays stiff the entire time and doesn't move anymore. He is like
Is he
petrified in place.
like under the petrification effect?
No, under the I'm dead and I'm rigor mortis
Oh.
immediately
Oh, shit.
effect.
They say a prayer to the Raven Queen.
Can we take a look around his quarters?
Yeah, so I did detect magic. So I know.
Yeah, there's tons of magic shit all over the place. You do detect magic, and it's
Ooh,
like,
what kind of stuff is there?
kind of stuff is there.
Yeah.
Can't just leave this here for random people to come across. Come on, you know.
Oh, I know. We can't, can we?
Wait, what about his
what kinda-
robe? Is that
Yeah, what kind of items are we talking about here?
No, his robes are just mage robes. They're nothing that exciting.
Okay.
They're not that exciting.
He's not wearing anything then that's exciting?
Hold on. Let me see.
Ooh. All right.
I feel like there should be something. He is a fucking powerful wizard. You got what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
So, let's see. Intriguing. Loading. Processing.
Mm. Mm. Sorry, rival. Sorry, crazed. It's been a long session without you guys having any
Hey, they
involvement,
were
sorry.
there. It seems like Rivals at least enjoying the show. I know.
I'm
They
having
said
fun.
he was earlier.
Nice.
It'll be your show next week.
Mm-hmm.
Though next week I might try and do a panning back and forth thing so more people are involved. But
Right.
I just thought of that while I was doing this tonight, so sorry about that. And I've done it before to great effect. So I think yes. Yes. Okay, hold on. Is this what I think it is? Because if it is, I definitely want you guys to have this. Interesting. Yeah, so on this on this on his shelves you see a number of items. A bunch of them look pretty mundane, but there's a couple that hold on. There's a couple that catch your attention. One of them is a small little six-sided cube. It's about an inch across on each face. It's got different symbols on it. The other thing you see are a pair of shackles that have runes carved all over the outside of them.
Just those two items?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll take both.
Okay.
What do I add to the sheet?
You can add a cube of force and dimensional shackles to your repertoire.
Dimensional shackles. Okay, a cube of force, about an inch across. Each face has a distinct marking. Cube starts with 36 charges and regains 1d20 daily at dawn. You can use one action to press one of the cube's faces, expending a number of charges based on the chosen face, as shown in the Cube of Force Faces table. Each face has a different effect. If the cube has insufficient charges remaining, nothing happens. Otherwise, a barrier of invisible force springs into existence, forming a cube 15 feet on a side. The barrier is centered on you, moves with you, and lasts for 1 minute until you use an action to press the cube's sixth face, or the cube runs out of charges. You can change the barrier's effect by pressing a different face of the cube and expending the number of charges, resetting the duration. Your movement caused the barrier to come into contact with a solid object that can't pass through the cube. You can't move any closer to the object as long as it remains. Phase 1, gases, wind, and fog can't pass through the barrier. 2, non-living matter can't pass through the barrier. Walls, floors, and ceilings can pass through at your discretion. 3, living matter cannot pass. 4, spell effects cannot pass through the barrier. 5, nothing can pass through the barrier. Walls, floors, and ceilings can pass through at your discretion. So, okay, that's cool. Wow,
Yep.
that's pretty amazing. The cube,
It's an ice block.
yeah, the cube loses charges when the barrier is targeted by certain spells or comes into contact with certain spell or magic item effects, as shown on the table. Okay, so disintegrate, horn of blasting, pass wall, prismatic spray, wall of fire. Interesting. So that's a super cool item. So that's like a personal defense item that can be handed out to someone in the party that's frontline. That's interesting.
Yep.
And then dimensional shackles. You can use an action to place these shackles on an incapacitated creature. The shackles adjust to fit a creature of small to large size. In addition to serving as mundane shackles, the shackles prevent a creature bound by them from using any method of extra-dimensional movement, including teleportation or travel to a different plane of existence. Oh, yeah. They don't prevent
They're
the
mage
creature.
handcuffs.
Yeah, they don't prevent the creature from passing through an interdimensional portal, though. But they would have to have the ability to walk through it. You and any creature you designate when you choose the shackles can use an action to remove them. Once every 30 days, the bound creature can make a DC 30 strength check. On a success, the creature breaks free. Okay, so that's going to be really helpful if we can ever get him on the Necromancer or any other powerful mage. So that's cool. Okay. Those are nifty, helpful little items. Great. Cool. I look at Kale and I say, we'll have to study up and see what these actually do, but these could be helpful. And I keep the shackles, but I toss him the Cube of Force.
All right. I'll hold on to this.
Yeah, Cube of Force, wondrous item. Dimensional shackles. I'm excited to slap those on somebody. That'll be cool. Okay.
All of a sudden, you hear a voice in your mind, and you recognize it as Joran's. And he says, What's happened to Alistair? Something is wrong.
Come to us at once. We're in his quarters in Winton.
No sooner do you say that than Joran appears in the room at the teleportation pad, and he looks at you, then he looks down at Alistair and rushes over to him and turns him over and sees him like petrified with like his eyes like bulging out of his head and like foam leaking out of his mouth, and he's like,
Kale
this is
tried
not good.
Kale tried to save him, but we couldn't stop the magics that were infecting him.
Did you get the book?
Yes, I haven't touched it myself, but it's in my bag.
I divine sense.
There's nothing that your divine sense picks up.
All right, good.
And then, yeah, no, that's a good move, dude. Hey, I've seen movies too, okay? No, so he kind of looks up at you after that and he says, we have to get out of here. Someone was controlling his mind, and he tried to resist, and it broke him.
Yes, we should, the three of us, go back to High Point immediately.
High Point.
Let's speak to Solomon, yes.
Very well. And then he
Oh,
goes
wait,
like,
Solomon didn't want us to go back there. With the
Oh,
book.
did he not?
No, he
Oh,
didn't want us
sorry.
to go back there with the book. Sorry.
Yeah, retcon that, sorry. Yes,
Okay.
let us go somewhere safe. We need to figure out what we can about Atropus, how to defeat him, anything we can about him, and then find a safe place. Do you know of a safe place, Jorn?
nowhere safer from the necromancer than Lon Tiernan right now, I think.
What about that Blackstone Lake place?
You don't know anything about that place.
All right, never mind.
Well, Solomon thought it didn't sound made it sound like it was a bad idea to bring the book there.
That's interesting. Right now, as far as I know, they still have the protections in the city. But maybe you're right.
I mean, I have no idea. This is magic above me. I'm just here.
Gentlemen, at this point, it's magic above me. I don't know what else to do. I think we should take it to Lon Tiernan for now. We can hide it there. The necromancer does not know where it is.
Very well.
And even if he knew where it was, he doesn't have a way to get there. Not yet, anyway.
Well, then we should make haste.
It's either that or High Point. I wouldn't trust it anywhere else.
All right, let's go to London and then.
All right.
Should
So-
we at least burn his body?
I'm going to take it with us. We'll give him a proper send-off.
Okay.
So he kind of puts the body over his shoulders and walks
I
on
just-
to the...
I'll pick it up. I'm sure
You'll pick
he's
it
not.
up?
Yeah, I'm.
He's like
Try.
trying, and you're just like,
Yeah.
dude, I got it. Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
I don't have like a huge strength, but like I'm sure it's better than
This
his.
is better than Joran's like...
Yeah,
Hold on, I got a character sheet for Joran. I guarantee you it's not good.
I mean, I'm a 15, like so.
Fair
The
enough.
bare minimum to wear plate.
I am curious though now that I've said that. God. Yeah, his strength is a 9. So he like can't even
Oof.
do it. He's like trying to lift him up and he's just not happening. So yeah, yeah, so basically you get him up on your shoulder, he sets up the thing, he does the hand movements and the words, and you guys in a flash of white light are transported back to the estate.
Beautiful. Yeah, as soon as we get there, we can take the body maybe out in the backyard for now, and maybe we have the servants sort of prepare the body outside in here. And then I rush Jorn and Kale into the study here so that we can read the book.
Which study? The library or the study?
This little study on the first floor.
Oh, the reception room. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, you guys all sit down. Do you mage hand the book out?
I do. Yeah, so I open up my bag. I mage hand the book out and I set it on the table in front of Jorn and I say, look, I don't want to touch this thing, so I don't know what to do, Jordan. Do you want to read it? I can't ask you. So I shouldn't. Kale, what do we do? If anyone reads this, we could go mad.
I usually don't want to put family at risk, but
Also, Soma, add the Book of Vile Darkness to your
I mean,
your
I should read
inventory.
it, or who do we know that is already crazy?
Praised. He should read it.
If
It's in his name.
only we know crazed
Fucking
in game.
I know Crazed in real life. I don't think he'd read from the Book of Vile Darkness, though.
You
I
underestimate
mean,
me, brother.
does it have to be a wizard or arcane user?
No. It can be anyone. Actually, and as soon... Have you taken the book out of your pack yet?
It's sitting on the table. Yep, the mage hand.
Every plant in the room dies.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, doesn't it have? It has random properties and
Ordinary plants wither in its presence.
yeah, it has
Your
3.
raven goes as far as it can in the room away from it.
Okay, so it has 3
And
minor
you start to
properties, 1
see-
major property, and then 3.
you start to see that the tablecloth that the book is sitting on is starting to degrade and be subject to entropy as it sits on the table.
Joran, do you have a special magical thing that we could place this book inside of when we're not using it?
The only thing I can think is what Alistair did. Pocket dimension.
All right, well then, let's
Ooh.
quickly read what we need to about Atropus and his weaknesses and anything we can, and anything we can learn about maybe necromancy and defeating Goldoir, and then put this thing away. Yes?
Yes, I'm fine with that, but opening dimensional rifts here into the city with evil stuff seems bad. Right? Or am I just talking
No,
crazy?
no, you're right. This is how the necromancer got into Summer Court, is it not? From what you told me?
Something like that, right?
Yes,
Right.
he used it as a way in. And if he can get into the Summer Court, then he can get in through here. But that is not specifically in Mont Tiernan. That is just to the Elven lands. Mont Tiernan is under different protections. But I did not author them. I cannot tell you how they work.
Well, we have someone here that was around when they were authored. We might as well use her. Servants, get me my mother.
Ooh.
She left.
What? Where'd she go?
She did not say.
Hmm.
When the others left, she departed as well.
Aaron says, "Fine. I'll do what must be done."
No,
And Aaron mage hands the book over to him.
I'm gonna. Kale will put his hand on the book, look at his brother, and say, "No. If someone's going to go crazy, let it be me."
Aaron, when he sees him grab it, Aaron lets out like a gasp, and he says, "Kale, why are you such a fucking fool?
And
Read it now." He's
The
like,
question
"Waste-
is, who is
waste-"
attuning?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's like,
yeah.
do you
I
attune
mean-
to it?
So, at a game, do you want to attune to this thing? Like, because I don't want to take it away from you if it's like part of your fun. You know what I'm saying? But like,
Dude, you
in-game-
just grabbed it.
yeah, in game, like Kale
Aaron just
definitely.
Aaron says, as soon as you grab that, he says,
Yeah,
"Well, it's in your hands. You might as well read it as fast as you can. So I guess you should attune to it." I removed it from my.
And it takes a week to read the whole thing.
Oh, man.
Holy shit, Kale.
Would they have to read it the whole thing? If because do they know the chapter?
Of course
That
not.
Yeah.
And anybody who knows anything about the Book of Vile Darkness, I mean,
No, I know a thing or two. Yeah.
yeah, it's not guaranteed that you will ever find the chapter. It's
Yeah.
it changes based on what it wants you to see. Like it's a very complicated magical item.
I don't know if it still works the same way it did in like 3rd edition, but I knew there was like just reading the shit could like bring bad attention to you from like random demons and fiends and shit.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. It works the same way. But
yeah, have fun.
you get
gambling, please.
you get some really good benefits from it.
Yeah, you can.
You can get really good benefits, but there's also, of course, a downside to it.
Quick
That's
question.
pretty fucking crazy.
So because we've been gone for like 2 days, can we next session say that within hours of us leaving that everyone else left, and
Yes, that's exactly what I'm assuming.
Yeah, we're back before everyone else is back at this point.
That's exactly what's happening right now.
All right, great.
That's why nobody else's tokens are on the map.
Right. Well, brother, I suppose you need to lock yourself in a room. We'll send food and drink, and you need to read that as fast as you possibly can. I'm the better reader, by the way. It should have been me. And Aaron gets up and he says, don't go going crazy and slaughtering everyone in the house, will you? And Aaron looks like sort of pissed off that Kale, like big brothered him. And he like storms out. He's like worried about him.
Dude, can you imagine? First of all, sorry, I gotta break the fourth wall here. Can you imagine if Aaron read the Book of Vile Darkness and became evil Aaron? Like, oh my god.
Dude, I'm trying to think of if Gorm cracked this bitch open.
Dude, oh my god. Yeah.
I mean,
evil Kale is gonna be like Darth Vader, which is gonna be rad. So
We don't
we'll
even know
see.
if he's going to be evil. We'll see what happens.
do you want me to make that saving throw now?
Let me read. I gotta see what happens. Whenever a non-evil creature attunes to the Book of Vile Darkness, you must make a DC 17 Charisma saving throw. So there's a very low chance that you will become evil, which is why it's
You got
probably
this.
good that Kale.
Well, I mean, like, honestly, that's literally what I was thinking.
Yeah, you're like, I have the biggest resistance to evil, so. Although, Aaron has a good charisma score.
I have a plus 15.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
that's
know.
pretty good.
You literally can't fail.
No, he can.
I mean, I
he has
can't.
to
Oh,
roll
unless
a
you
2
roll a
or
one.
less.
Yeah.
No, I could roll a 17, the 2, and get a 17.
Oh
and be
yeah.
fine.
Oh yeah.
That's
yeah.
not
I have to
He
literally
has to-
crit fail.
So he basically okay. So you have like a 5% chance to fail.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god, if it happens.
But I was like, I mean, like,
Think
Kale's
of all
like
the
looking at
times
this thing.
Runon never got to hear from the Raven Queen. That's how much chance you have. You have better chance of that, actually.
The thing is, the other group before I joined you guys, we did research on this thing, so Kale knows it can turn you evil.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did do
So-
research on the thing.
He specifically was like, "Don't want Aaron touching this because don't want Aaron to be fucking evil."
Because someone of Aaron's power, with the power of that book, is not. Now the necromancer's got his new lieutenant, basically.
Not just that,
but,
like, Kale can't kill Aaron.
That's true.
Like, just can't. Like, it's like he's been searching his whole life for like real family. Like.
Right. So I guess for the sake of the story here, because it's going to take a week to read, and now we're on like what, day 3 since this all kicked off, end of day 2, day 3. Should we have Kale start reading it now, or should we say throughout next session the week was continuing on as the 2 dwarves return, as Mortimer returns, and as she returns, and then when they're all done, we can say that the week has gone by and Kale is finished with the Book of Vile Darkness, and that's how we can wrap up this RP session.
Here's the
or
thing.
RP arc, rather.
We can do that, but be advised that Kale, you have to spend 80 hours reading and studying this thing to digest its contents and reap its benefits. So, yeah.
So we don't know, and he doesn't do any rolls or anything until after he's done, right?
It just says that no, he doesn't have to make that saving throw again.
So you did make it? I didn't even see.
Yeah,
And he
it's
has to
really roll.
finish reading it within 10 days or do some evil shit
I
and
rolled
not
low.
willingly perform good.
I actually rolled low for me.
Well,
Rolled
you got
5.
a 20, so
Yeah, I rolled
Yeah,
a
but-
5, yeah.
He rolled a 5,
that's great.
which means
He wins.
right. But my point is, like, if you're out there willingly performing good, like, you have to be basically neutral for 10 days while you read this thing.
Yeah, just stay in your room and read. I guess.
Yeah,
That's like
I just like that's my time of like hopping is over. Everybody else has to like take over.
yeah. Aaron stormed off to his own room to like relax by the fire and take his mind off.
The good
shit.
news is if you pass that, you can adjust one ability score of your choice by 2.
Yeah, I look at
That's
Joran
insane.
and I just say, make him understand, please.
Okay. Joran looks at you and he says, very well. Just understand that I would not do this thing, and that I think it is folly, but I understand that you must do what you will, and more sacrifices will be asked of us in this battle to come.
Oh, someone must be sacrificed.
May the gods
I'd
go
rather
with you.
I'd rather it be me than Aaron.
Yeah. He says, may the gods go with you, and then he leaves.
All right.
Where are you going to go, Kale, to read this book?
He's gonna lay
am,
in bed with cookies.
Yeah, no, I can't go to the I can't go to the main room because the teleportation circle's through there. So I think what I'm going to do is Ilmar's not in the office, right? She's not actually there.
No, she's not
What the
there.
sword token is. I'm gonna lock those doors and I'm gonna live in this office.
Which office? I'm sorry.
On the first floor. Up top.
We'll, like,
yeah.
sleep on the couch in here.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I'll just stay in here.
Locking himself in the study.
I like it.
All right. And then as you sit down at the desk with the book there, that's when we fade to black on the session tonight. So
Nice. That was great.
dude, that was rad.
That was a very, very thick boy.
Oh my god, that's 4 hours of the Kale and Aaron show.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's wild.
We got a shitload accomplished, though. That was awesome.
Dude, that was bananas. And Grilled Leaks, to answer your question, he resisted turning evil.
He resisted.
So basically, all he has to do is not commit any inherently good act for 10 days, and he can keep the book. And he's got to spend 80 hours on this book. It's like 8 hours a day for those 10 days of reading. And then, or you could do it in 8 days if you do 10 hours a day. It doesn't matter to me. But you got to spend all of your time on this book to reap all the knowledge and element. And if you do that, you will know everything that is in the Book of Vile Darkness, get a couple of really good benefits and a couple of pretty gnarly downsides. But, yeah.
What are some of the upsides?
So now I feel bad taking it away because it's like a +2 to ability score of your choice,
but also a -2 to another one. So it's a +2 and a -2.
An evil rune might appear on your face. Your eyes might become glossy black, or horns might sprout from your forehead.
A disfigurement, a mark of
wizened and
darkness.
hideous, lose all facial features, gain a forked tongue, or some other feature the GM chooses.
You know, like Bobbity.
Yeah. Mark of Darkness grants you advantage on
no.
charisma, persuasion checks when you interact with evil creatures, and intimidation checks when you interact with non-evil creatures. Holding it, I can use an action to cast Dominate Monster on evil target.
Nice.
That's cool.
Once a day.
Dark Lore is awesome as well.
Yeah. I make an intelligence check to recall information about some aspect of evil, such as lore about demons.
And when you do so, you double your proficiency bonus. You have expertise.
That would have been really good for Aaron, though.
So is Kale just going to be carrying this book around?
No. It can eventually disappear, but it doesn't matter because you will have absorbed everything and gained all these benefits. Then you have Dark Speech. This is only while you carry it. Same with Command Evil.
Each time I read from it or recite words from it, it's pages and a foul. I recite it in foul language known as Dark Speech, and I take 1d12 psychic damage, and each non-evil creature within 15 feet of me takes 3d6 psychic damage.
Okay.
The power of the Dark Lord. It's
Jesus.
What are the
And then-
3 minor beneficial properties in the major, and what are the 3 minor?
I have to
detri-
decide on those. They're random, so I have to. In between sessions, I will.
What are those mean?
Like, you're gonna-
So they're
like,
in
while
the
you
they're in
have
the
these-
DMs. They're in the DMs guide. I get to pick them.
Oh, okay.
And these are just passives that are going to be affecting you going forward.
Uh-huh.
Great.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then
I'm
you
an
can
idiot.
try and
They
destroy
could be
the book.
awesome though. I mean, your major benefit. I mean, if you get like a shitty major detrimental, that would suck. But you could get lucky, and these 5 detriments might not be that bad, and you might get really good 4 beneficial properties that are crazy. You never know.
Also check this out. Vile Lore, the Book of Vile Darkness touches on every evil in the cosmos. A character can use the lore the book contains to unearth terrible secrets no mortal should know. Among the contents a character might find are the following plus whatever else I choose. Vile Apotheosis. This book could hold the ritual that allows a character to become a lich or a death knight.
That's so dope.
True names. The true names of any number of fiends might be in the book. Dark magic. Several spells of horrific evil of the DM's design and choosing could be in the book. Spells could impose dreadful curses, disfigure others, require human sacrifice, afflict creatures with crippling pain, spread vile plagues, and so on. It's basically like
Everything
the
I want
Scourge
on a
from World of
character.
Warcraft. It's pretty rad. It's
That's
like
cool.
how to turn someone into the Lich King.
That's everything
Very
I
cool.
want a death metal album while I'm playing D&D.
It's pretty much Vile Apotheosis. I'm pretty sure is a death metal album somewhere.
How are you
I
going to
wouldn't be
adjust
surprised.
your ability scores?
Probably 2 to charisma, and then
Yeah, 2 to charisma, -2 to wisdom.
What are they at currently?
Charisma's at 20, wisdom's at 16.
Oh, that's perfect. There you go. Works out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit. What a cool session.
yeah, but now
it's gonna-
Kale's gonna have to do evil shit, otherwise he loses half of those abilities. Which will be
Or I can minus
interesting.
my dex. It should be, put it to 12. I don't know. I'll see.
It's up to you. Yeah. He has to commit evil.
Otherwise, the book disappears.
Oh shit.
Or if he does something that's knowingly good, he has to be like neutral.
Is it on a schedule? Does he have to do
It's
it
only
like,
while he's
every
rolling.
10
every
days.
few days?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
No, because some of these like command evil, while you are tuned to the book and holding it, you can use dominate monster, right?
Right.
While you carry the book of vile darkness, you do the dark speech thing. So it's like
So every 10 days, Chaos go punch a kid.
Interesting.
Would that be evil
no,
enough?
but then you can't like help that person afterwards. It's funny.
Yeah. You just gotta go
No,
hit
but
him.
but if you're okay with losing command evil and dark speech, you know,
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, that's fine.
then it just goes away, right?
You don't lose the stats or anything.
Real quick, though. Like, seriously, guys, like, major detriments are not good.
Oh, they're not. I know.
Yeah, they're really bad.
Attuned dog,
Yeah.
your body rots over the course of 4 days, after which rotting stop, you lose your hair by the end of fingertips, toes.
Yeah, that's why you got to
Lips,
read
nose.
this shit, and then we got to ditch
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
You got 10 days.
Yeah,
read this shit
attuned to the
fast.
artifact, your
Oh,
alignment.
Those detriments and those beneficial traits are only emanating from the book. So whenever you're done reading it and you put it away, you lose the command evil, you lose the dark speech, and those beneficial traits and detriments stick with the book. Whenever Styx rolls those, that's just what the book and this campaign and universe has. Whatever he rolls for him.
Right.
Yeah.
If you die while attuned to the book, an entity of great evil claims your soul. You
Dear
can't be
God.
restored to life by any means while your soul remains in prison. And it's
yeah.
probably Orcus, let's be real.
Yeah,
Wow.
for real.
Because that's what it sounds like.
I
I think it could
mean,
technically be Atropus too, because I think
Could
the
be-
book mentions
It could. It could also be the necromancer. It could
I mean,
literally
the
be
person that
anything.
wrote the- could
Oh,
be the person
wait.
that wrote the book.
Wait, command evil. Could you command the necromancer with this book?
Huh.
Theoretically,
possibly, yeah.
Yeah, but the
Theoretically.
necromancer is an elf too, so it's a charmed for dominate monster, so he'd have advantage on that saving throw. And he's also like CR 30, so
I feel
Yeah.
like you're gonna try, and he's gonna.
I don't know
I
if
mean,
the
this is a-
necromancer's CR 30, but he's very high.
CR30
This
is
is a
pretty high.
big dick book, but the Necromancer is probably a little bit bigger.
I mean, Soma, you say that's high, but like the aspect of Atropus is a CR 30. So,
Dude, I mean, like, can it be like the creatures that challenge rating 0 as well as plants that aren't creatures drop to 0 hit points within 10 feet of the artifact? And then I just can't go around anybody.
Yep.
I just have to stay, put.
you're
I
just
think
an
it'd be
evil
funny.
shit that no one wants to be around.
Why don't you guys do a powwow and maybe just make a cool combination of benefits and detrimental effects?
Oh, I'm definitely going to
That
have like
just-
thematic ones that make sense. I'm probably not going to roll for them at random. I'm
Yeah.
probably going to choose what I think makes sense.
Because some of them are too shitty,
No, I get that.
and
And I don't want it
some
to
of
be
them
like...
would just ruin the story. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 1,000%. I'm definitely going to give it a lot of thought. But
Yeah.
but I mean, yeah, I'm looking at like if the necromancer completes his ritual, man, like yeah, that's not good for you guys.
Yeah. It's 11:11, and that was a fantastic session. I'm gonna call the stream here, though. Josh, good to see you, brother. I'm gonna call the session here, though. Next week, Pete is back. Next week, hopefully, Mortimer will be joining us. Mortimer, I mean Donnie. Will be, well, technically still Mortimer, but hopefully Donnie will be joining us. Pete will be back. We'll do their solo missions. I'm assuming their solo missions will not be as long and as dense as what Kayla and I just did, what Al and I just did.
Probably not. The only
Which
one
is
that
fine,
could possibly be that dense is the dwarf one because they have a lot of shit to do. But
Yeah, I was thinking the two solo acts could do their shit first. We take the break, then we do the dwarves, and then we wrap the session with Kale emerging from reading for a week or whatever. It's up to you, but that just sounds like that'd be the best use of the time next week. But we'll just see how it goes. And just, I don't know, you make the call, man. You're in charge. But anyway, yeah, thanks for playing tonight, guys. Sticks, that was fantastic. I love how the story's coming along. This was session 37 of Irilon, The Approaching Storm. We've been playing for like 11 months now, which is crazy. And we're level 11 now, which is awesome. That's kind of cool how that turned out.
Level a month.
Yeah. We'll see you guys at 6:30 p.m. PT next Monday for session 38. Have a good night. See you then. Goodbye, everybody. D&D night, so lovely. Goodbye.